What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, Chilled to the Bone. Geralt was prepared for their attack, almost more than he would have been for a basilisk. Basilisks were very dangerous monsters, and the reason he compared the 5 elves to them was because they were wearing full armor and holding military weapons. This meant that the Witcher's sword was useless against them. Can you still cast a spell? No need to cast a spell against them, Shenyan said lightly, and met a male elf rushing towards him. The guy held a long sword in his hand, flashing with cold light, and chopped it down on the wizard's head, shouting, "Wizard, don't even think about chanting a spell in front of me." No need to chant a spell. The wizard's reaction seemed very calm. He took a step forward, strangely came to the elf in an instant, and then stretched out his right hand. Even Geralt didn't see what he did clearly. He only knew that the elf flew back, and his head and sword were left in the wizard's hand. Blood gushed out. Loris. The remaining 4 elves were heading towards Geralt. They probably agreed that it was enough to send 1 soldier to deal with the mage, and the real threat was the cat with a sword. But after seeing the way the elf died, 2 of them changed direction and ran towards the mage. "You will pay for his death with your life. That depends on whether you can do it." The mage smiled and spit out a trash talk, threw the elf's head on the ground, and kicked it away like a ball. The bloody head hit the helmet of an attacker exactly, knocking him over directly. As for the remaining one, he was pierced through the chest with a sword after approaching. The metal armor was pierced as if it was made of paper. Logically speaking, this kind of full-body plate armor can only cause effective damage with blunt weapons. However, the mage stabbed it with a sword. The elf's eyes widened, and a trembling scream came out of his throat. Shenyan gently withdrew his hand, raised his foot and put it in the elf's chest, causing him to fall to the ground. The elf who was knocked over was lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Compared to his ease, Geralt was in much more danger. This time he did not bring the sword made by the wizard for him, but just an ordinary steel sword and silver sword. The Witcher regretted his decision now, because his sword was really useless against metal armor. As a last resort, he had to keep dodging. Glancing at the wizard standing aside and watching the show, Geralt couldn't help but yelled, "Help, stop watching the show. I thought you could handle them." Shenyan shrugged and hooked his fingers. 2 stones flew out of the soil accurately, then whizzed past with high speed, accurately hitting the back of the heads of the 2 elves, and then penetrated their foreheads and nailed to the tree trunk. They fell to the ground with a thud, and white brains and blood flowed out of the holes in the helmets, and hot air rose. The Witcher panted, looked at his broken blade with heartache, and couldn't help kicking an elf. "God damn it, when did the Scoia'tael get the full-body plate armor?" "They didn't even remove the emblem of Cadwon," Geralt said bitterly. "Didn't you hear what the female elf said? They stole it." "I don't think this bunch of rabble has the ability to steal things from a well-defended military warehouse and come back alive. And if such a big thing really happened, we must have heard people talking about it in the tavern just now." "That's true." Shenyan nodded. "He left 1 person alive, the guy who was knocked unconscious by his companion's head." The wizard walked up to him, stretched out his hand to pick him up, and threw him near the still dazed female elf. "When did you become so strong? Hey, how many times do I have to say it?" "Geralt," the wizard spread his hands impatiently. "Physical enhancement." Geralt looked at him suspiciously. After a long while, he suddenly said something that made Shenyan's eyes twitch. "Can it be used in that aspect?" "You are really hopeless, Geralt." "Now I am sure of the answer." The demon hunter smiled with joy. "Can you teach me after this is done?" Where am I?" The young Leontini thought in a daze. "Am I dead?" "For now, you are not," a strange voice responded to her, using the common language of humans, with a noble accent. Even a country elf like her could hear it. "Noble?" Leontini opened her eyes, her memory returned, and she looked at the black-robed man standing not far away with hatred. His handsome face made the elf even more angry. He was a human, Why can humans have all the good things, and they have to be expelled, driven out of their homes, killed, and collared like beasts and rolled in the mud? The man stared at her with deep black eyes, smiling nonchalantly at the anger and hatred in her eyes. You might want to look around, lady. Around? Just a glance made her feel cold all over. The flame of hatred was extinguished, and she saw 4 corpses. And blood, of course. Death is always accompanied by blood. Blood all over the ground. If it was human, she would be happy, but the equally bright red blood was all from her compatriots. This made Lotradini's heart suddenly cold, and she couldn't help but shed tears. At this time, she realized that she was tied up. The broken left hand was no longer bleeding, but it was still painful, and the bone was exposed to the air. What did you do? She asked tremblingly. Murderer. It's amazing to hear this from an elf who hid in the dark and attacked me with arrows. Lady, your double standards impress me. The man's smile became a little more mean. But they died for you. Remember this, lady. They didn't have to die, but you attacked me and were captured by me, and your companions rushed out of the woods and died to save you. He spoke softly in a vicious, slow, and very chilling tone for Lotradini. They died for you, and their deaths were worthless. Remember? Lotradini trembled and cried, nodding repeatedly. She began to obey unconsciously. She herself didn't know why she was like this. Maybe in 10 years, she would understand, but now, she was just a crying elf. Well, now, let's do another thing. The man came in front of her, squatted down, and looked at her. Lotradini felt an incomparable firmness and strength from those black eyes. She was dazzled and even felt a splitting headache. What happened? Am I looking at the king? Lotradini overturned this conjecture. No, number. She felt a deep fear. The one she was looking at was not a human, not a monster, not the little evil spirit that stole children in the story, but a real devil that chose people to eat. It came out of the myth and was right in front of her. The devil was right in front of her. Tell me. The man's voice was calm. Which warehouse did you steal the weapons from? High Rock City. Lotradini sobbed, feeling ashamed of her cowardice, but she couldn't help but obey anything he said. A team of guards took money and asked us to take everything away. That doesn't make sense. Lady, you are the Sgoyatael. I don't think the king's soldiers would take your money and let you take weapons and equipment and continue to massacre those unarmed villagers. What I said is true, and we have never killed civilians. I can also say that I have never killed elves. What do you think? Do you agree? The man smiled and pointed to the corpses around. It's true, she sobbed and nodded repeatedly, almost collapsing. How to prove it? The conversation ended here. The man didn't ask any more questions. Lotini knew that she didn't kill civilians, and neither did her compatriots, because their leader didn't allow them to. But will this man believe it? Will he let me go? He has already killed 4 people. Oh, gods, please let him let me go, Lotini cried in her heart. The gods responded to her. She saw the man nodded to her and whispered, "Go to sleep." Her consciousness fell into darkness. I can't believe you didn't kill those 2 elves. No need, keeping them as a deterrent. I can certainly kill them and leave. But will the local squirrel party put aside their principles and retaliate against civilians after suffering such a tragedy? I can't say for sure. Although the food in that tavern tastes average, the portion is very large, Geralt. This is the only advantage of that place. Oh, maybe the table should also be counted. Shenyan rode on the horse and shook his head at the Witcher. The female elf did not lie. Do you know what this means? Political struggle. What else could it be? Geralt said quietly. I have seen too many kings, mayors and self-righteous senators. In their eyes, whether it is humans, elves, dwarves or halflings, they are all bargaining chips in their hands. They are things that can be used to exchange for more benefits, not living people. Besides, High Rock is the capital of Gwen, and these Sgoyatael bribed soldiers and stole a lot of military equipment from the capital of Gwen, the worst place in the world for non-human races, Geralt concluded. Even the water ghosts in the sewers would think I'm talking nonsense. I have a very dangerous guess in my mind, said the wizard. Perhaps, the child was not killed by the Sgoyatael or any elves, and the arrow was not shot by them. Geralt nodded and said nothing more. His heart gradually sank. just like when he was in the forest. Although they had left the damp and cold place and returned to the main road, he still felt cold to the bone. Chapter 527, Joy and City News. April. They arrived at Gwen's High Rock, also known as Ardkalai. The city was magnificent, but too vulgar, because the Gdwan people who lived here have always been famous for their vulgarity. Just on the way to the city with the wizard, Geralt heard more than 40 obscenities. If these words were said in public in the southern cities, they might be slapped by the guards. They would also be despised. But this is Gdwan. Geralt couldn't help but pull out a smile at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head and said to the wizard, "Welcome to hell." Shenyan raised his head from the book and glanced at the gloating demon hunter. He knew why Geralt was gloating. The reason was very simple. The wizard didn't like too noisy places, and Gdwan happened to be a noisy city. "I've been to hell many times, and it doesn't look like this." He also showed a malicious smile. "Do you want to see it?" "No thanks." "Where are you staying tonight?" Geralt changed the subject without leaving a trace. "You pick a location." "I haven't been here before." "Then I hope the inn I went to is still open." "The landlady is pretty and the food is delicious." It didn't take them long to get to the inn Geralt had been to. It was a beautifully painted white four-story house with a garden. The atmosphere of this place was out of place in Gdwan. Shenyan noticed that the local residents who passed by here would deliberately lower their voices when chatting. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes. They handed the reins of the horses to a little boy who came out to greet them. The boy nodded to them very professionally. "I promise to feed your horses well, sir." The two walked into the inn, and Shenyan smelled a scent of lavender. What they saw was the warm decoration and dim candlelight. A woman in a low-cut shirt stood behind the counter playing with a purple flower. She heard the door open and looked up. Geralt's face made her smile with surprise. "Witcher." She smiled and walked out of the counter, her figure graceful and wearing a brown dress. "Long time no see. You traveled to Gdwan again?" "Who is this?" "My companion, a wizard." The two shook hands, and the woman cast her eyes on the wizard. After staring at his face for more than 5 seconds, she realized that she should shake hands with him as well. She blushed and stretched out her right hand shyly. "Hello, sir." "Hello, ma'am. Are you staying at the hotel?" "No," Geralt joked seriously. "I'm here to introduce my wizard friend to you." "Nana, stop talking nonsense. Otherwise you won't get a share of the beef stew tonight." The Witcher immediately admitted his defeat. He and the wizard found a seat by the window and sat down. Nana waved to them. "The food will be here soon. Don't worry. It will definitely be delicious." After that, she walked into the kitchen. "I'm not too worried about that," Geralt said to the wizard. "Her dishes are famous for their delicious taste. I ate here for a week last time and I didn't get tired of them. And I often come back to taste them. By the way, I think she likes you." "What are you talking about?" "Don't pretend." Nana doesn't like women, and women who don't like women are probably attracted to your face. He looked at Geralt in silence. He was too lazy to argue with the Witcher on this issue, and he didn't want to provoke an innkeeper for no reason. He said with a slight warning, "Don't mention it, Geralt. Don't let her misunderstand." Geralt shrugged and stopped talking. The dishes were soon served. 2 large bowls of stewed beef, with a fragrant aroma. Large chunks of beef floated in the sticky crimson soup, and there were many carrots and potatoes as garnish. Nana put it on the table and asked with a smile, "Do you need anything else, gentlemen?" "Excuse me, Nana, I want to ask if you have any beer here." "Any beer will do. I want to drink some." "Ah, Geralt." The proprietress winked at him playfully. "You probably haven't forgotten what you did last time you drank with me, have you?" "I promise I won't this time." "I hope you won't. I'm glad you're with this handsome gentleman this time, not the ostentatious bard from last time." She snorted and went to get the wine from the counter. "Bard?" Shenyan asked. "When did you hang out with the bard?" "Don't mention him. He's an idiot," Geralt said expressionlessly. "If you knew him, you would make the same comment as I did." After eating and drinking, Geralt chose to look for some commissions on the commission board in the city. It was too eye-catching for a demon hunter to come to the city without taking any work. He didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. The wizard chose to stay in the house to meditate and restore his magic power. They were not in a hurry to deal with the elves and the stolen warehouse. They had plenty of time. Geralt strolled on the street, and he chose to stay away from the stinking lower city. It was really stinky there. Although the demon hunter was already familiar with the stench, he still didn't like the smell. It was the smell of poverty. Geralt laughed at his own thoughts. How did I become as sentimental and cynical as Dandelion? Despite this, an idea still took root in his heart. Who made them so poor? He didn't think about it anymore, but came to the commission board in the flowers. It stood in a bush of bright purple and red flowers, and it was already very old. The Witcher reached out and took the first one. The commission board in the city was changed once a week, so he didn't worry about going to the door, and the matter was already over. Notice, old Kyrian is dead. Looking for a reliable person who can make a coffin. I can't make a coffin. He put the first one back and reached out to take the second one. Who lost a cat at home? I yesterday. Well, there's no need to look at this one. The Witcher flipped through the boards one by one in boredom, and finally, at the seventh one, he smelled the scent of work. Seeking a gentleman, or lady, with extraordinary courage or professional knowledge of ghosts. I participated in the massacre of elves a year ago and witnessed too many nightmarish scenes, which caused me to feel unwell. In the past year, I have been alone at home and I can always feel cold eyes staring at my back. I am not sure whether it is a ghost, but I am exhausted and can no longer live a normal life. I look forward to your coming. There will be a large reward. The signature is Baron Targaryen. Interesting, Geralt thought. Ah, Baron? There is some money to be made. He walked towards the address on the commission board with his sword on his back. Chapter 528, Lord Targaryen. Baron Targaryen was a middle-aged man in his 40s, without a beard. He was pale and thin, but not short. A noble of his age was not married. Geralt thought this was rare in the world. Generally speaking, nobles would lose their virginity to maids, occasionally male servants, when they were young. When they were more mature, they would hang out in taverns and brothels. In short, it was rare for nobles not to have illegitimate children. Those nobles who only married one wife were considered to be chaste. A bachelor like Baron Targaryen made it hard not to wonder if he had some special fetishes. Of course, Geralt was just thinking about it. The Baron's residence was located in a secluded community in Shenyan City. Most of the people living here were artists or people who needed quietness. The house was a single-family house. There were no huge gardens or statues that nobles liked. There was only a small courtyard with a tree planted in it for shade. What made the Witcher even more incomprehensible about Baron Targaryen was that he did not hire any servants. He cooked for himself on weekdays, and even did things like buying groceries and cleaning by himself. A weirdo. This was Geralt's evaluation of him. So, Master Witcher, Baron Targaryen coughed. It was April now, and he was sitting in his own courtyard, still wrapped in a thick blanket. Have you found anything? Geralt didn't know what the Baron defined a discovery as. It had been 40 minutes since he arrived, and in these 40 minutes, he had visited every corner of the Baron's house. He did not notice any traces of ghosts. In fact, houses invaded by ghosts or goblins would most likely become very gloomy. And what about the Baron's house? The lighting was excellent, and the sun could be seen from any corner of the house. The air here was pleasant, and a short walk away was an official art academy of Gwen, where singing and piano music could be heard all day long, which was very pleasant. Geralt did not make any rash assertions. You know, sometimes, ghosts are time-limited creatures that only appear at special times. He hesitated for a while before saying to the Baron, perhaps you need to leave here for a while. I haven't found any traces of the ghosts you mentioned. Baron Targaryen sighed, and a look of pain flashed across his pale face. He murmured to himself, I've heard of your name, Geralt of Rivia. Elves, dwarves, humans, they have all mentioned your name on some occasions. Back in the days when I was still in good health and often went to the tavern for entertainment, I heard many legendary stories about you. If even a master witcher like you can't solve my problems, then what's the point of moving? The Baron smiled bitterly, and his face flashed with indifference to life and a kind of calmness, and, I think this may be the punishment given to me by the goddess Melancholy. Punishment for turning a blind eye when those former companions were expelled and killed. He covered his face with his hands and whispered, I deserve it, Master Witcher. Thank you for your help. How much reward do you need? Let's not talk about the reward for now. I won't take your money until the commission is completed. This is the rule of the Witcher. Geralt waved his hand, and, Baron, I am very interested in what you just revealed. Baron Targaryen put his hand down and leaned back in the rocking chair. The heavy blanket and bright sunshine seemed unable to resist the strong chill. It was already April, but he was still wearing a heavy cotton coat. Geralt's words made him smile bitterly again. Well, if you think it will help me with my problem, I will tell you. The following story was not beyond Geralt's expectations, at least not the most tragic part. In the years since Henselt came to power, the living environment of the non-human races in Duin has become increasingly difficult. Some foolish people were easily incited by the king's words, thinking that the non-human races were beasts, thieves, prostitutes and liars. In fact, Henselt just wanted to take the money of the elves and dwarves. For years, he has been constantly inciting hatred against the non-human races in the country. When it reached a certain critical point, the tragic massacre took place at the king's signal, and it happened in High Rock. There used to be more than 1,300 non-human residents here, but now there is none. Some escaped and some died. Baron Targaryen was a strange man. He didn't like to get along with the nobles, even though he was one of them, and there was a reason for this. In his eyes, those nobles enjoyed money and a comfortable life that the commoners could not reach, but never thought about doing anything for the country. Having seen the dark side of the nobles, he disdained to associate with them and chose to go to the taverns in the lower districts, where he was respected for his temperament and behavior. The nobles of the same class as him didn't like him very much. In their eyes, Targaryen was an alien. He had an ancient surname and the status of a baron, but he didn't pursue enjoyment like them. On the contrary, Targaryen donated money to industry, helped the poor, bought new clothes and herbs for the priests of the goddess Melitli, and even paid for them to adopt orphans. His series of actions made the nobles of Khaduin very dislike him, which in turn increased the number of Baron Targaryen's visits to those taverns. He had many friends of different identities and races: elf merchant, dwarf cook, human blacksmith. As a result, when the massacre took place, everyone he knew died. The human blacksmith wanted to help his friend escape, but the soldiers tacitly chopped off his head with a halberd. The elven merchant wanted to leave with his family, but the guards set fire to his carriage at the city gate and forced him to kneel on the ground and watch his family burn to death. The dwarf cook was discovered by the guards while escaping. There are countless such cases, and the Baron was completely powerless to do anything about it. The massacre lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Baron tried many ways, bribing the guards, using his own name to send a group of people out of the city, or sending people away by sea. None of them succeeded. Henselt was determined to kill all the non-human races in High Rock. His desire for money surpassed everything. The Baron stayed at home in despair. He didn't want to go out and face these things again. If other kings did this, Geralt would be surprised and lamented the king's stupidity. But he was not surprised that Henselt did such a thing. Geralt and him had met before. For him, although the king was not a thief, he was not far from one. That's the thing. Master Witcher. The Baron leaned back in his chair, pale and dull. I'm done. After saying goodbye to the Baron, Geralt left his home. There was no sign of ghosts in the Baron's house. The poor man was probably just scaring himself. There have been many cases of this kind of situation. As early as when Geralt was still a novice Witcher, he dealt with a husband who accidentally killed his wife because of paranoia and finally went crazy because of guilt. The villagers said that he was possessed by an evil spirit, and it was his wife's soul that was entangled and made him commit suicide. As a result, after Geralt applied the evil spirit oil and entered the door, he saw only a poor man hanging. Because his wife was too beautiful, he suspected that she had an affair with other people in the village, but he had no evidence. After killing his wife after drinking, he lived in regret every day. People are always condemned by their conscience. The demon hunter walked on the road with a sword on his back, thinking. The Baron's experience was not strange to him. This kind of story happened too many times in the world he lived in, so many that it was not even surprising. Not to mention the non-human race. Even the local lord ordered the massacre of villagers. And the Baron's character, Geralt did not want to belittle this rare nobleman with a conscience, but he had to tell the truth. Baron Targaryen was not suitable to be a nobleman. He was too sensitive and too fragile. The commission was ruined. It was dark, and he strolled back to Nina's inn. The wizard was sitting in a secluded corner drinking wine, with a book spread on the clean table. There were many customers in the store, but none of them talked and laughed loudly. This was the rule of Nana's store. Those who came here were all respectable people with status, and they quite enjoyed this kind of place. Because of this, the appearance of the demon hunter seemed out of place. Geralt was calm and even enjoyed their strange looks. He walked to the opposite side of the wizard at a moderate pace, sat down heavily, and sighed before he spoke. Shenyan turned a page of the book, picked up the thick wooden wine glass and took a sip. He raised his head from the text, glanced at Geralt who looked unhappy, and asked casually, "How is your commission? I don't smell the scent of a water ghost on you." "I took a commission from the local baron, and I thought I had something to earn." The Witcher shook his head, stretched out his hand to stop the boy who worked as a helper in the store, and asked him to get him a bottle of wine. When the wine came, he took a sip, and then Geralt continued his topic. "The baron wrote in the commission that he suspected he was haunted by a ghost. After I went there, I found that there was no ghost in his house at all. He was torturing himself because of guilt." "Oh?" Shenyan closed the book with interest. "It sounds like a good story. Let me hear it." So Geralt told the mage the baron's story in full. He drank his wine sip after sip. The consequences of Henselt's behavior were obvious. Now Gwen is full of Skoya's party guerrillas running around. They attack farmers and rob caravans. There are only a few who don't kill civilians. Racial hatred is rising. Who is responsible for all this? Those who dared to speak out were hanged. Geralt shook his head. "I really doubt whether the poor man can survive this winter." Shenyan smiled. The baron was a rare individual among the many nobles. He was much better than those who felt superior because of money and their father's surname. He picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Geralt. "Don't think too much, Geralt. You are just a demon hunter. You can't control everything." "I know," Geralt replied dully. Geralt really can't control everything. But the fact that he is a crow's mouth is real. The next morning, 2 guards knocked on the door of the inn. Their attitude was quite official, just a routine questioning, but what they said made Geralt's expression become much gloomier. "Witcher, you went to the home of the local Targaryen baron yesterday, right?" "Yes." "When did you leave?" "Around 5 in the evening." "Then, this matter has nothing to do with you." The guard nodded at him. "The coroner said that the baron died in the second half of the night." "Poor man, may the goddess Melitli bless his soul. May he rest in peace." "The baron died?" "Yes, he hanged himself." The guard shook his head sympathetically. "I quite like this noble gentleman. At least he treats us as human beings." "Well, I said too much, Witcher. Don't take my words to heart." The guards turned and left, and Geralt sat on the bench in the lobby of the inn, his expression becoming more and more stagnant. People are always condemned by their conscience. After sitting for a while, he suddenly jumped up from his chair, grabbed his sword and walked out the door, startling Nana behind the counter. His action stopped Shenyan, who was enjoying breakfast. His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly throughout the hall. "You'd better not let your temper take you, Geralt. This is Gwen, not Novigrad, and there is no one from the Gregory family to help you with after-sales service." "I don't believe he committed suicide." "You went to his house yesterday, didn't you?" "There was no trace of ghosts." "You said it yourself." "You also said that he was tortured by guilt and might not survive the winter." "He might just be stimulated by the conversation with you." "If you ask me, I only have one thing to tell you." Shenyan picked up a piece of bread and put it into his mouth. "No one can save everyone. Don't take yourself too seriously." Having said that, after he finished his breakfast, the wizard still walked out of the door of the inn with the demon hunter. "Do you really think something is wrong?" Shenyan asked. "If he wanted to die, why would he publish the commission? This doesn't make sense." "But you can't see too many emotional fluctuations from Geralt's expression." "But he said a lot in one breath." "He died in the second half of the night, when night spirits and a series of ghosts are most active. I did check every corner of the house carefully at the time. But what if I missed something? If this was really done by a ghost, Then the Baron died indirectly at my hands. Having said that, there is no need for more questions. Shenyan smiled and turned the corner. Then, let's go find the coroner. Do you know the way? What do you think? I will continue to update tomorrow. I will take a day off today. My hands hurt. I have tendinitis. Chapter 529. Nosy people. Geralt looked at the corpse in front of him and remained silent. His right cheek reflected the orange-yellow light of the stove, and his vertical pupils carefully observed the body of Baron Targaryen, paying special attention to his neck. Shenyan stood at the door of the morgue and did not choose to go in. It was not because of the smell. The coroner in charge here used a mixture of several herbs to make the room completely free of the stench of corpses. Although the Khaduan people are vulgar, they are strangely rigorous in preserving corpses. They even found a few wizards to jointly cast spells on the morgue cabinets, and they would come again every 4 months to ensure that the corpses could be stored at low temperatures. However, this is not the point. So, Master Demon Hunter, have you finished reading it? The royal coroner in a heavy brown robe wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked Geralt nervously. The demon hunter did not answer him immediately, but turned his head to look at Shenyan standing at the door. The wizard nodded at him and called the coroner. Mr. Burek, please come with me. Of course, of course. The coroner nodded and bowed with the wizard, but his nervousness did not ease at all. He put the handkerchief he used to wipe his sweat into his pocket. Shenyan could see that the coroner was trying hard to calm his trembling shoulders. After calming down a little, he spoke in a respectful and difficult tone. Sir, I can only let you stay here for 30 minutes at most. The person in the court who is responsible for the burial of Baron Targaryen will be here soon. It's okay, Mr. Burek. We won't make it difficult for you. Shenyan smiled, gestured to the nervous coroner, and a blue light flashed. Go wait for us outside the door, okay? We will come out in 20 minutes, and then you will forget what happened today. The coroner's eyes became a little dull. He nodded, and soon left here. Shenyan looked at his back disappearing in the corridor with a calm expression. He pushed open the door, returned to the morgue, and asked, Did you see anything? He definitely didn't commit suicide, Geralt said firmly. There are no marks on his neck left by noose. He was strangled to death. Even a barefoot doctor in the countryside can see this. I don't believe that the royal coroner can't see this. He is definitely lying. Don't be angry with a small person, Geralt. Mr. Burek has been in his position for 30 years and will retire next year. What do you think he can do about the mastermind behind the scenes? He is the royal coroner. Shenyan walked to the cold iron platform where Baron Targaryen was lying. He stared at the obvious purple marks on the Baron's neck, and suddenly said, Perhaps we should go to his house and take a look. What? His house? Geralt, a single Baron died without a will. His money will obviously be taken away by the king and put into the treasury. If we want to find some clues, his house is the best place to go. You mean, all this is the king's handiwork? Maybe, Shenyan said non-committally. Just maybe. I hope it's just maybe. The Witcher said gloomily, but my intuition is telling me the opposite, and Henselt has never left a good impression on me. Oh, compared to the king, he is more like a thief, the Witcher answered briefly. Interesting evaluation. Unbelievable. A man in a tight velvet shirt stood in the small courtyard of Baron Targaryen and exclaimed, He lives in a place like this. 3 guards stood in front of the courtyard door, firmly guarding the only exit. 6 servants from the palace were constantly going in and out, moving all the things in the Baron's house out. His sofa, some art paintings in his collection, and even the iron pots and plates in the kitchen were not spared. A carriage stopped in front of the door, with 2 guards on board. The carriage would transport the things to the auction house to sell them, and the money would be taken away to fill the treasury. The man rubbed his stomach. He drank a bottle of East from Tisane at noon. The wine was good, but it had some chemical reactions with the things he ate. This made him sigh uncomfortably, and the golden ring on his right hand, which was rubbing his stomach, glittered in the sunlight. My lord, the things have been moved. A servant walked up to the man, bowed his head respectfully, and handed him a document in his hand. The other servants left the house. Their work had been completed. This is the Baron's house document. Do you want it? The man glanced at the document roughly, looked at the size of the house, and finally shook his head. "No need. Targaryen's house is not worth much, so let's sell it. Send someone to the bank later to find out Targaryen's income from industry this year and how much money he has donated. In the afternoon, we will go to the temple of the goddess Melil to get back all the money he donated." His casual and frivolous words frightened the servant so much that his face turned pale. He suddenly raised his head and his voice became shrill. "Sir, go to the temple of the goddess Melil to ask for money?" "But..." "Yes. It's the king's order." The man smiled. "I don't want to either. But you know our king well. He only wants money." Waving his hand to let the servant go out, the man's eyes moved to the baron's chair. He pulled it over and sat on it, and then he lay back and sighed comfortably. "Take back what I said before. The place you live in is not bad, Targaryen. You are also a good person." He stared at the tree and whispered, "But good people don't live long." At this moment, the door was pushed open. He thought the person who came in was the coachman who wanted to ask if he wanted to leave, but the person who came in was a demon hunter with a sword on his back, and an oriental man in a black robe with an extraordinary demeanor. "What's going on?" The man stood up suddenly, frowning at the two uninvited guests. Where were the guards at the door? Why didn't they stop the two people? The man tilted his head slightly and glanced outside from the side of the demon hunter. As a result, he saw 3 guards lying on the ground, and his life or death was unknown. This scene immediately made him feel cold all over. "Who are you? Who are we?" "Well, he is a demon hunter who likes to meddle in other people's business, and I am a wizard who likes to meddle in other people's business." He saw the oriental man who called himself a wizard shrugged, and then a blue light flashed on his right hand. The man knew nothing about what happened next. Chapter 530. Nosy People. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the palace guard Liller was dozing off. He leaned on his halberd, against the wall, and tried to fall asleep. Of course, he couldn't really fall asleep, but it was okay to close his eyes and rest. If he really fell asleep one day, he would probably be close to death. King Henselt was notoriously moody and extremely strict with his servants. However, he still had to doze off. His colleagues all did the same. It was April, and it was not particularly hot to wear full armor. At this time, they had to be lazy. When summer came, they would have to stand guard in sweat. Liller knew in his heart, in fact, everyone knew in their hearts that standing guard in summer was a very stupid thing. It was useless except for making the guards tired and hot. But the king liked it. Their king liked it this way. The king didn't like non-human races, so the elves, dwarves, and halflings in Khaduin suffered an extraordinary misfortune. Liller still remembers the image of a dwarf running naked on the street. If it were normal, he would have laughed, because that guy must have stolen someone's wife and was discovered by the victim. Otherwise, why would he run naked on the street? However, it was not normal, and that guy did not run because he stole someone's wife. He ran because he had to. There was a group of Gwen soldiers chasing him behind him. The dwarf's stomach was cut open, and his intestines were swinging outside, shaking with the rhythm of running. He ran 100 meters, or maybe 150 meters. Then he fell to the ground and died. When he died, he called out "Mother." He was the material of Liller's nightmares. Liller knew him. He used to hang out in the tavern opened by the dwarf and spent almost every penny on the waitresses in the tavern. He especially liked the big-breasted elf, but she was also dead when the incident happened. When the dwarf died, Liller was less than 30 meters away from him. He was sure that the dwarf recognized him, even though he was wearing a full set of armor and had his visor pulled down. But he just knew it. He recognized me. This thought kept spreading in his mind, like ants carrying a corpse. More and more, they would not give up, but would only go in and out of the corpse, until the flesh and blood on the corpse were completely removed. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes. The Khaduin April sun did not make him feel the slightest warmth, and the guard simply gave up the idea of dozing off. He was the gate guard. There were only 2 guards here, which might be a little surprising, but the palace also has an inner gate, and a long series of corridors. There were guards everywhere. He was just a gatekeeper. Liller stared at the road ahead in a daze. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He suddenly rubbed his eyes, wondering if he saw it wrong. He rubbed his eyes again. This time, He was sure he saw it right. The guard trembled as he took out the horn from his waist and tried to blow it, but he failed. The cowbone horn turned into a collection of powder and dust as soon as he held it in his hand. He looked at his hands in shock, then turned his head to look at his companion. "Malibu," he shouted shrilly. "Wake up, Malibu. Blow your horn." As a result, his companion did not move at all and continued to sleep against the wall. This made Lilor inexplicably angry. He kicked the guy's thigh, and Malibu fell to the ground with a loud noise, still not moving, as if he was dead. He leaned over, lay on Malibu's body and lifted his visor, and saw a skull face. The guard sat on the ground with his buttocks, and used all four limbs to retreat continuously until he was against the wall. "Goddamn gods!" He cursed the gods of nature with the loudest curse he had ever cursed. "You must have given me a drug of love." Why did he say that? Because the dwarf appeared again. Not in a dream, not in a trance, but in a tragic reality. He walked slowly from the road of the palace, his intestines hanging out, blood and feces pouring out. His eyes were black, his teeth were black, his beard was full of maggots, and he just walked over. He came in front of the guard. The dwarf was only as high as his chest. The dwarf stared at him, looked at him with dead eyes, and a hollow echo came from his throat. Lilor held his halberd and slowly knelt on the ground. "Goddess Melitli," his voice was extremely pious. "I pray to you, I atone. I watched a friend die, but I was powerless, and his wronged soul came to me. Please don't let him kill me, please. I didn't expect you to use this method to get in." "What other method should you use?" Shenyan snorted unhappily and expressed his contempt for the Witcher. "Kill your way in? Kill everyone you see along the way? I don't think it's necessary, Geralt. You have to change your impression of me. I'm not a bloodthirsty madman, at least when dealing with humans." The Witcher said in a light tone, "If you didn't say the last sentence, I would agree with you very much." "Is the guard okay?" "I saw him kneeling on the ground and shaking like a patient with epilepsy." "He's fine. He's just suffering from the condemnation of his conscience." Shenyan laughed. That smile was not very friendly. It could only be said to be calm. "And many people will feel guilty today." They strolled into King Henselt's magnificent palace. They entered through the main gate, walked through the inner gate, the back gate, and 1,000 long corridors. Guards and servants screamed behind them, knelt down and begged for mercy, and cried bitterly to the imagined evil spirits who came for revenge. Some shouted their mothers' names, some shouted their fathers' names, some laughed heartbreakingly, and some banged their heads on the ground and cried non-stop. They walked until they came to the king's chamber. "This is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life." Geralt put his hand on the door of the king's chamber, stroking the golden door with intricate patterns. "I actually want to face a king and question him." "This is not crazy, Geralt," the wizard said. "We are doing the right thing, and the right thing is often the most difficult. Fortunately, I have a way to make it simple." "Yes, you always have a way." Geralt nodded and pushed the door open. Behind them, the screams gradually subsided as the door closed. "I'll throw 2 chapters here first and write the rest when I come back in the afternoon." Chapter 531, Nosy People. Pushing open the door, the Witcher and the wizard were faced with an extremely luxurious bedroom. The first thing that caught their eyes was a whole wine cabinet, from which we could see the extraordinariness of King Henselt. Ordinary kings, those who wanted to leave a relatively good reputation for themselves, would set up a study room and leave a large bookcase in their own bedroom. But King Henselt's mahogany wine cabinet had luxurious and low-key gold edges, extremely gorgeous lines, and 300 bottles of different fine wines inside. They came here from all over the world, carrying the fragrance of wheat and land from all over the world. Looking back from the wine cabinet, there was a huge and gorgeous bed. There were heavy curtains and 4 huge bedposts, and an old man with brown beard and deep eye sockets was lying on the velvet quilt. He was sleeping, but from his expression, he should be having a good dream. "What should I do?" Geralt asked. "It looks like the king is enjoying himself in his dream." "How?" Shenyan smiled contemptuously. He rarely despised a person like this, but just as the Witcher commented on King Henselt, he looked like a thief, more than a king. The mage walked to the side of the big bed, moved his fingers slightly, and a bottle of fine wine from Vizima came into his hand. He opened the cork, and the mellow and fragrant smell immediately emanated. This was a good wine that any drunkard could not miss, but the mage just sniffed it, and then aimed it at King Henselt's head and smashed it hard. Bang! It must be said that the craftsmen of Vizima never cut corners. Their wine is not just delicious, beer bottles have also become deadly weapons in tavern fights many times. This thick wine bottle is hard enough to compete with wooden sticks. With one blow, King Henselt immediately woke up from his sweet dream. He raised his hands and screamed as he looked at the deep red wine on his bedsheets. The pain from his nose made his tears flow immediately. It took him a full 20 seconds to realize that this was not a nightmare. "You!" he roared loudly, his face full of blue veins. "Where did you come from, huh? You, Witcher, have I seen you somewhere before?" Geralt bowed to him, and was extremely sarcastic. He rarely smiled at outsiders, but at this moment, he had a sarcastic smile on his face. "Your Majesty Henselt, I am glad that you have not forgotten me, a little Witcher." The king's eyes passed over the two swords behind his back without a trace, and he glanced at the closed door of the palace. His voice was lowered. "You entered my palace without permission and woke me up in this way. Do you want to assassinate me?" Without waiting for an answer, he glared majestically. If it were an ordinary assassin, he would definitely be scared by the appearance of this king. A tyrant with a reputation. Under the influence of his reputation, many people are often blinded and cannot see his true appearance. In fact, King Henselt is only 1.5 meters tall. Sitting on the bed, he was not even as tall as an average dwarf. Assassination? The wizard seemed to have heard a big joke. He was so handsome that Henselt could not help but smile again on his face that was filled with hatred. Shaking his head, he said, "No, we are here to ask for an explanation from you, Your Majesty." "Ask for an explanation from me?" "Yes." Shenyan raised his right hand and, like a magic trick, he produced a military arrow from nowhere. He raised it and placed it under King Henselt's still bleeding nose so that he could see it clearly. He was satisfied to see the king's eyes changing. "Next, let my friend Geralt come. I'm not very good at communicating with the king." "Go to hell, wizard." "What's wrong? Don't you often appear in the palace?" The Witcher didn't respond to the wizard's words. He walked forward, crossed his hands on his chest, and asked coldly, "Did you send someone to kill Baron Targaryen?" "So straightforward?" Henselt smiled, showing his yellow teeth. He obviously didn't pay much attention to oral hygiene. Geralt could even smell the stench in his mouth. "Yes, I sent someone to kill him. This bastard has been spreading in the taverns in the city half a year ago that he was haunted by the wronged spirits of elves and dwarves. Fuck this shameless beast." His face was filled with undisguised hatred. "He is a human. I don't care if he is willing to get involved with non-human races, but I just let him commit suicide to spread such rumors, which is already a good thing." "Witcher, ask yourself, where can you find a king like me?" "There is indeed only one King Henselt in the world." The king pretended not to hear his sarcasm towards him. The old man crossed his legs and switched to a more humorous way of narration. "Hey, Witcher, you have traveled all over the world. You should know the moral character of those non-human races best, right? The elves are arrogant and look down on us, as if they are nobler than us. The dwarves are the most greedy, illiterate, and even call themselves I when they speak. They are sarcastic and have a very bad temper. Do you know how many fights caused by them in High Rock every year before they were expelled by me? As for the halflings, let alone, they are all damn merchants. Damn, they buy Gwen's cloth at a low price and sell it to the southerners at a high price, making money from the hard-earned money of those weaving women." The king raised his fist and said righteously, "Tell me, Witcher, how can Baron Targaryen, who is mixed up with this gang, be a good person?" "So what?" Geralt looked at him quietly, not shaken by his words at all. The Witcher said coldly, "You said so much just to cover up the ugliness of your intentions." "I know it very well, Henselt. All politicians will raise the banner of justice before doing bad things, just like the hooligans in the tavern who are dissatisfied with others will say that others started it first before bullying others. You pointed out the shortcomings of the elves, dwarves, and halflings, killed or expelled them one by one, and confiscated their property. You let this Goyatael spread imperceptibly throughout Kadwon. Do you know that those people you called bandits were just ordinary people before they were driven out of their homes? You drove them out and killed their families. Of course they wanted revenge, but they couldn't take revenge on you, the king. In the end, those who were punished for your crimes were the farmers, merchants, and honest country people who had never hurt them. They had never left their villages all their lives and worked in the fields like everyone else, until one day, the Sgoyatael came, killed whoever they could kill, and burned everything that could be burned. Tell me, whose fault is this? By the way, Geralt laughed. King Henselt, those non-human races you drove out are also citizens of Kadwon in law. Before you, no one has ever really started a genocide within the borders of the country. You have a good mouth, Witcher. The king clapped his hands sarcastically, then spread his hands and sneered. So? He even dared to ask him back with the Witcher's words. You mutant freak, bastard. I think you have been away from human society for too long. They are not human, fuck you. The Witcher punched the bastard in the face, grabbed his collar, and interrupted him viciously. Then Targaryen is not a human? So what? Henselt shouted incoherently. I am the king. King, God has given me the right to rule over everyone in Kadwon. Those elves and dwarves, I don't want them to be my citizens, so they can't be. I want to kill Targaryen, and he must die. Shenyan stepped forward and signaled the Witcher to put the king down. Well, your majesty. His smile was still warm. An 8-year-old child is also included in your list of must die? Geralt saw that Henselt's eyes finally changed. What are you talking about? A child, the wizard recited like a poet reciting an aria in a tavern. An 8-year-old child died in the damp and cold forest. He died from the arrows of the Kadwon army stolen by the Sgoyatael, and died under the hatred and massacre of the non-human race. What a perfect script, isn't it? He snapped his fingers, and an illusory map ignited from the air. He pointed to the border of Kadwon on the map and said, you drove the Sgoyatael to the border of the upper Red Ern Valley. You secretly sent a group of people to fund their weapons and secretly sent a group of people to kill those country bumpkins who you thought were useless and couldn't even pay taxes. Then, next year, or the year after, you will listen to the report of a minister at a routine meeting in the palace. He will say that the Sgoyatael has the support of the people of Edern behind them. Hatred will break out again, and hatred will shift again. You will take revenge on Edern in the name of those killed by the Sgoyatael, and have a legitimate reason to start an army. I don't understand what you are talking about. Henselt stuttered, and the demeanor of fluently questioning the Witcher just now was gone. Shenyan could sense that his emotions were quickly turning into anger and shame after his conspiracy was exposed. Are you confused as to why I know everything? Are you cursing your court wizard for not coming to rescue you? Do you think the guards will notice something is wrong? Let me answer them one by one. Shenyan raised his index finger. The reason I know everything is that I read your mind the moment I entered your chambers. I know everything you've ever done. I even know that you fucked a manservant this morning. You old pervert. Henselt's face turned pale. The reason your court wizard didn't come to rescue you is because I sent him a warning from a distance. Tell him to get out of here if he doesn't want to die. Your wizard escaped through the portal half an hour ago. I paid him. Henselt wanted to roar, but when he saw Shenyan's calm face, his voice became lower and lower. It almost turned into a muttering. Money. Yes, money. Is that what you want? Money? The wizard said almost with a sigh. The guards didn't notice anything was wrong because everyone except you felt reluctant in their hearts. They are being haunted by the nightmare of the past, and this nightmare was created by you yourself. Have you ever thought about this when you ordered the massacre of those innocent people? They have lived safely under the rule of your family and have lived with humans in Hierarch for so long. Their cultures have blended with each other, and there is no distinction between you and me. You have cited so many shortcomings of other races, but you didn't mention humans. Shenyan raised his right hand, and the flames ignited again, illuminating his face and Henselt's extremely pale face. Let me tell you, your majesty, in my opinion, humans have only one shortcoming. Novigrad. Extradition. Extradition. A newsboy was running through the street holding a newspaper in his hand. An elf stopped him and asked, Is there anything new in the north? The newsboy had an excited look on his face. He smiled and took out a roll of newspaper and put it in the elf's hand. He took a few coins from his palm, bowed, and said, "King Henselt is dead." "What?" The elf was shocked and hurriedly stopped the newsboy, who wanted to run away. "You didn't lie to me?" "Oh, can't you tell by reading the newspaper yourself? What's the benefit of me lying to you?" After that, he ran away like a gust of wind. The elf picked up the newspaper, and on the front page was a line of bold, cursive characters: King of Gwen, heir to the Unicorn Dynasty, King of Ardgale, Grand Duke Benard. His Majesty Henselt has been confirmed dead. The murderer is suspected to be the famous demon hunter, the White Wolf, who became famous more than a decade ago, the white-headed knight, Geralt of Rivia, and with him was Sintra's guest of honor, a mysterious black-robed wizard. On the day of the incident, all the guards in the palace fell into horrible nightmares. Many of them are even now receiving shelter in the temple of the goddess Melitli. This newspaper was fortunate to interview one of them. He called himself Lyril, and the following is his account. The elf watched intently, not missing a single line. "I saw one of the dwarves who died in the massacre at High Rock walking towards me from the opposite side of the palace, his intestines sticking out. His eye sockets were pitch black, and his beard was crawling with maggots. He walked up to me, I knelt down, and began to pray to the goddess Melitli, because I knew that he recognized me. I was there when he died. Before the massacre, I often went to his tavern to drink, and he and I were familiar with each other. I think that's why he came to me." I knelt on the ground for a long time before I looked up, and he had disappeared. Behind me, a witcher and an oriental man in a black robe were walking out of the door, and I heard the wizard say. The elf uttered a curse. The printer obviously had something wrong and didn't put the exciting parts on the same page. He turned the page with a curse, and saw the next line that made his blood pressure rise. Unfortunately, Lyril had a hysterical relapse at this point. According to a nun of the goddess, he was self-condemned by his guilty conscience. This newspaper does not agree with the nun's point of view, but our reporter, Mr. Nortanistar Tripula, heard Lyril last words under the brooms raised by the nuns. He said, "Igniting hatred is not good for anyone." Geralt sat in the middle of the tavern, wearing a cloak, and he smacked his lips, savoring this sentence. "Have you had enough?" Shenyan looked up from his book and glanced at Geralt. "It's been a month. Do you have to keep repeating this sentence? Your words have the potential to become one of many ancient sayings. Of course I have to keep savoring it." The witcher raised his glass and took a sip seriously. "It seems that reading more books is indeed good. I can only say something like it's useless for a prostitute to find another prostitute." "Your sentence is much better than mine." The wizard laughed dumbly. The witcher's dry humor sometimes made him laugh. He also picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "Now, they are in Vengerberg. This is the capital of the kingdom of Aedirn and one of the richest and most populous metropolises in the northern kingdom. As a trade center, Vengerberg is located at the intersection of many long-distance trade routes and has developed industries and higher education institutions. The above are all official statements. In fact, in Shenyan's feelings, the biggest difference between here and Duan is only one point. They no longer have to walk on the street for 5 minutes and hear dozens of swear words. Geralt couldn't stand the suffocating atmosphere in the tavern. He took off his cloak, took a sip of wine, and complained again. "Give me a spell like yours that can cover my face." "I can't stand this damn cloak." "We are not wanted. Why do we have to hide our identities all the time?" "Don't put the blame on me. You decided to cover up your identity half a month ago. If you ask me, you might as well blame your hair. There are so many demon hunters in the world, but you are the only one with white hair. No wonder people say that you killed Henselt." "Besides," Shenyan took another sip of wine, "I think the people of Aedirn like you, the murderer, very much, don't they?" "Yes," the demon hunter nodded expressionlessly, "so much so that when I go to take a bath, there are more than 10 girls who volunteer to rub my back. They even tear down the door of my private room." "Isn't this a good thing?" "Not at all," Geralt said, gritting his teeth. "I told you, I've changed. Now I keep myself clean and will never mess around outside. Just watch if you don't believe me." "I think you're out of money." Lifetime membership to the Love and Flowers brothel in Novigrad. They didn't ask me for money. How did you know? Geralt was speechless for a moment. He turned his head away in frustration, only to find a man sitting in the corner staring at him. His expression gradually became serious. I came back a little late, and with the problem of tendinitis. I've been coding until now. Sorry, I'll continue with 10,000 chapters tomorrow. Today I wrote 9K. Chapter 532. Member. Geralt looked at the man, his eyes reflecting the dim light of the tavern. He could smell the malty aroma of beer, as well as the tempting aroma of dishes such as barbecue mixed together. He heard the heavy sound of wooden beer cups colliding with each other, people talking and laughing loudly, and several merchants from afar jumping on the table to sing a vulgar song, the content of which was obscene but very funny. Amid all these factors, the Witcher put his hand on the sword behind him. It may not be a good thing to let people see blood here, Geralt. Shenyan, who had been reading a book with his head down, suddenly said. He calmly turned the page of the book and appreciated the folk stories on it. Geralt put his hand down, and his hands returned to the table again, not the deadly steel sword behind him, but his eyes were still on the man. So, do you mind introducing me to who the man who has been looking at you over there is? An old acquaintance. Geralt picked up the wine glass and raised it to the man from a distance. He rarely had such obvious hostility towards people. The other party also raised his glass and drank the local malt beer of Vengerberg with him. It tasted good, but the demon hunter was full of murderous intent. He turned around and said to the wizard, "The guy's nickname is Bladecat. He only calls himself by this name. He is a mercenary and a scumbag with no bottom line." Oh, Geralt began to narrate calmly. It was 1231. I was traveling into Myria and wanted to make some money. I rode a horse and wanted to find a village to take on some commissions. The world at that time was far less peaceful than it is now. There were troublesome monsters living near every village. It also gave me the opportunity to make money, and there was a murder in the village I went to. And this bastard. He raised his finger and pointed at the guy called Bladecat, who grinned, as if enjoying Geralt's hostility towards him. He's a murderer. He killed a family of 4. He wandered into this village and took jobs in the tavern. A farmer in the village had some grudges with the husband of that family, and he got drunk. He happened to see Bladecat in the tavern boasting that he could help anyone and settle anything. So the farmer ran over and said to him like an idiot, "Sir, I'll give you $50 to help me teach that bastard a lesson." That's what he said. I remember it very clearly. Then I went to that family. I killed the little daughter first, then their son, then the wife, and finally the husband. In fact, I didn't have to kill anyone, but it would be more interesting this way. What do you think, Witcher? It's just a small thing. It's amazing that you can still remember it. Bladecat walked to the table, looked at the Witcher with a smile and said this. He pulled a chair and sat down, nodding to Shenyan, and even used Elvish. "Noble sir, why do you want to mix with this demon hunter who is even lower than a water ghost?" "I understand Elvish, Bladecat," Geralt said calmly. "You'd better keep your mouth clean, otherwise I don't mind killing you here." "I don't doubt that you have the ability, Geralt." Bladecat smiled and spread his hands, reached out and took Geralt's wine glass, and drank it bit by bit. Then, he put down the wine glass with a bang, wiped the wine foam from the corner of his mouth, and said to Geralt in a soft voice, "But, considering that we are old friends, I want to give you a hint. I am now working for a local councillor in Vengerberg. You should know what this means, right?" "Right, demon hunter?" His smile became more and more unscrupulous. "So if you don't want to be hunted by the army, don't attack me. In fact, I'm not here to find you." Bladecat turned his head and said to Shenyan, who was still reading a book, "Sir, someone wants to see you." Shenyan finally raised his head from the book, and this was the first time Bladecat looked him in the eye. At the first glance, he knew he had done something stupid. 3 minutes later, he stumbled out of the door of the tavern. Blood began to ooze from his mouth and nose, and his vision was already blurred. "What did you do to him?" the demon hunter asked. "It's just a little thing." The wizard smiled and continued to read the book. The evening in Vengerberg is not like other cities. It can be lively from morning to night. There are many malt workshops and breweries in the local area, which means that Wengerberg people have no shortage of wine all year round. They drink in the morning, at noon, and at night, even when they are doing things. They even drink to the point that outsiders think that Wengerberg people will hold a glass of beer in their hands even when they go to the toilet. In fact, this is a stereotype. It is true that the people of Wengerberg like to drink, but that does not mean they will drink without restraint. The main belief here is the goddess Melitli. Geralt and Shenyan strolled on the streets of Wengerberg. They had booked in early, but it was still early, so they decided to take a walk. It was Geralt who made this suggestion. After leaving High Rock City, they had been traveling in the forest and the countryside for a month. The demon hunter had to admit one thing: he missed the civilized atmosphere in the city very much. In this mood, the crowded people on the street, and the vendors, stall owners and charlatans who kept shouting on both sides of the street seemed cordial. Fresh grilled fish, just delivered at noon today. Magic ointment, made by the famous wizard Fandlo III, guaranteed to cure all kinds of spots and abscesses. Madam, sir, if you are not confident about your appearance, please try our ointment. Selling cats, magic civets, mouse-catching cats, all kinds of cats. Gentlemen and ladies, come and listen to their calls. Amulets, magic potions, love potions, guaranteed to make you ecstatic. Just drink a sip. Even the dead can pierce the coffin with vigor. Who wants to buy it? Tooth extraction, almost painless. Cheap, very cheap. Geralt stopped. Grilled fish, ointment, magic civet, amulet and love potion did not attract his attention, but this painless tooth extraction made him stop. The Witcher asked the stall owner curiously, "You said cheap? What do you mean?" The bald man waved a pair of pliers in his hand and answered loudly, 2 copper coins per hour. Geralt shuddered and walked away quickly. He kept looking behind himself and the wizard from the corner of his eyes. There, 2 sneaky men had been following them since they left the tavern. "I don't know if you noticed, but 2 people have been following us," the wizard who was observing the street vendor said casually. "Go a little further and turn left to an alley." "Geralt, we can ask these 2 gentlemen what they want there." "Well, I'm still on vacation." He spread out his palm like a magic trick, and 5 copper coins were neatly placed in the middle of his palm. The wizard handed it to the vendor and took back 3 skewers of roasted squid with a charred aroma. 15 minutes later, they brought the 2 sweaty men squeezed in the crowd to the end of the alley. Bang! Geralt punched one of them in the face, and he controlled his strength accurately, just enough to make him bleed a little and feel pain, but not to cause serious injury. This is the experience summed up from many tavern fights. He threw the guy to the ground and kicked him in the stomach. He then pulled up another man who was lying on the ground due to Shenyan's spell and slapped him twice in the face without saying a word. It was very hard and crackling. "Okay, now we can start talking." Geralt nodded at him and reached out to the man's waist to take out 2 throwing knives, a dagger, and a small poison bottle. He opened the poison bottle and put it under the man's nose. There was no emotion in his cat eyes. "Who sent you?" The guy stubbornly closed his mouth and refused to speak. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his legs were shaking because of fear, but his expression showed that he was very courageous. Seeing this scene, Geralt suddenly felt an urge to laugh. He let go of his hand and threw the poison bottle against the wall beside him. The glass shattered and black liquid splashed out. "Perhaps in a few hours, a wild cat will come and lick the traces curiously, and then be poisoned to death in the alley. It seems I can't ask anything." He turned his head and shrugged at Shenyan. "If you use my method, my shirt will be stained with blood again." "Do you mind using a simpler method that doesn't require me to beat them like a thug?" Shenyan didn't have time to answer Geralt at the first time. He was still eating the squid. After 15 minutes, he still hadn't finished eating 3 skewers of squid, which was enough to show how much the vendor had. He swallowed the food in his mouth and then answered, "I have a question. Why don't you ask the guy you punched in the face at the beginning?" "I wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so I only slapped this guy twice, but he looks much more stubborn than the first one." Geralt shook his head and retreated behind the wizard, ready to watch his performance. He wouldn't say it, but the Witcher actually knew it himself, and he liked to see the wizard break down other people's psychological defenses in detail. However, Shenyan didn't give him the scene he wanted to see. He just glanced at the guy who was slapped twice by Geralt, and suddenly uttered a name, Councilman Olvson, am I right? Ignoring the guy's stunned expression, Shenyan shook his head, took another bite of the squid, and said incoherently, he wanted me to talk to this demon hunter, but in fact he wanted to make a deal with us and could win. Well, for a city councilor, his plan is pretty good. It's a pity that he thought I was a wizard who needed to cast spells. Shenyan smiled and snapped his fingers. The two men lying on the ground floated up and flew out of the alley. They heard the wizard's cheerful voice. Tell Councilman Olvson that I will visit him soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Death of a Member of Parliament. Councillor Alrizin, a well-known local figure in Wengerberg, was standing in the courtyard of his magnificent manor, looking at the farmland in the distance. He had good eyesight and could clearly see the farmers working in the fields like ants. Are you sure you can deal with him? The councillor turned around and asked a man standing next to him. Why do you ask about something you already know? The man asked back. He was extremely burly, strong and handsome. His messy hair was tied behind his head, brown, like the sideburns of a lion. He smiled confidently. If you didn't have confidence in me, Vigforts of Login, you wouldn't have asked me to deal with him, right? Yes, yes. Councillor Alrizin waved his hand perfunctorily, and his disdain in his heart became deeper and deeper. Ha, warlocks and mages, in the end, don't they pay me respect for money? But I have to confirm whether you have this confidence. Vigforts, you and I both know that some people are often full of confidence beforehand, but when they meet the real boss, the congressman waved his hand, they immediately become cowards. Vigfort still smiled, and did not react at all to the belittling and hints in his employer's words, as if he was a country bumpkin who was not good at such evasive words. But in fact, he was a master. Mr. Congressman, I am not the kind of person you say. In fact, you should have heard of my name. Vigfort spread his hands, and the congressman suddenly felt the ground tremble. He took a few steps back and was surprised to find that a small tree rose where he had just stood. Many people fear me, and many people praise me, but they all know that I am definitely not the coward you say. Vigforts held the tree, and it was transformed into a thick wooden stick with metal wrapped on both ends in a burst of light. What do you think? Holding the stick, Vigforts smiled calmly. The councillor nodded after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Well, Vigforts, I hope you understand. I am doing this entirely for Edern, for my country. Councillor Alvizin put on an impassioned face that was ready to sacrifice his life for his country. He raised his right hand, raised his arm and shouted, expressing his political demands in front of the only audience. Kduin and Edern have been in conflict for a long time. If I can catch the two Kingslayers, I can fight for some benefits for my king in the next meeting of kings. And you, the councillor pointed at Vigforts. Mr. Vigforts, as a hero who caused the Kingslayer, your name will be praised among the kings. By then, you can enter and leave the court and become a noble court mage like your predecessors. Idiot, Vigforts thought to himself. What a complete idiot. There were 4 guards 15 steps away from where they were talking. Doesn't this councillor know that people's hearts are the most fickle? Didn't he know that his political enemies were trying every means to infiltrate the people around him? Saying this out loud, the young warlock belittled the councillor in his heart, but still had an impeccable smile on his face. So, when do you think he will come, councillor? The black-robed wizard who is treated almost like a king in the court of Sintra should be a very punctual person. How should I know? Alvizin snorted lightly, turned around with his hands behind his back, and the morning sun shone on his face, warm and very comfortable. The councillor simply closed his eyes and enjoyed this moment of peace. The sun made him feel a little sleepy, which was rare, but it didn't take long for the warmth on his face to disappear. What's going on? The councillor opened his eyes and saw an oriental man in a black robe floating in the sky, blocking the sun and looking down at him. I heard you were looking for me, he said to the councillor in a calm tone that was almost unreal. and the voice was clearly heard in his ears. "And I noticed that you also found a helper." Alvizin looked at the scene in front of him in shock. In the past, he had a very clear understanding of warlocks and wizards. He knew that these people could burn others with fire, read minds, teleport, and so on, but he had never thought that someone could actually fly. Shenyan walked down from the edge of the sky step by step. He stepped on the invisible steps with brisk and powerful steps. During the whole process, he did not look at Vigforts, which made the young warlock grit his teeth. It was the first time he was humiliated like this. "Now, I'm here." Alvizin stared at the black-robed wizard standing in front of him. At this moment, his ambitions and tactics for the future disappeared, and even his courage disappeared. Only the most primitive and purest emotion remained, fear. The more nervous he was, the more carefully he observed the black-robed wizard. The councilman noticed that he was too tall, even taller than Vigfort's. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his deep black eyes made him feel cold all over, and his heartbeat slowed down. Some people are often full of confidence beforehand, but when they meet the real boss, they immediately become cowards. "Black, you have no right to speak, young man." Shenyan interrupted Vigforts, who wanted to intervene. His eyes stayed on the stick in his hand for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "Interesting, interesting." He pointed at Vigforts. His tone was relaxed and natural, without any threat, but he didn't dare to move at all. The previous ambition and confidence completely disappeared in the face of the huge pressure that came from nowhere. "Stay there and don't move. I'll deal with you later." Vigforts blushed. At first, he was angry, then, he was walking on thin ice, and now, he wanted to run away. Shenyan turned around, and Senator Alvizin was looking at him tremblingly. He was a middle-aged man with a goatee. He was well-maintained and had few wrinkles on his face, bald head and hooked nose. He should have a very fierce face, but the fear on his face ruined everything. "What are you afraid of?" Shenyan asked softly. "Are you afraid that I will kill you?" "No, no." Even if it was just a word, it took Alvizin 4 times to succeed. His tongue seemed to be out of control suddenly, and the feeling of coldness was climbing up his spine from the soles of his feet, numbing everything. "Then what are you afraid of?" Shenyan looked at him strangely. "You think I won't kill you, so you shouldn't be afraid, right?" "Ah, I understand, Mr. Congressman. I understand everything from your expression." He clapped his hands as if he had suddenly realized something. "You must be thinking that I will kill you anyway, right? That's what you're afraid of." "Don't be afraid, Senator. It's human nature to fear death. Even if you can't control your bladder now, I can still defend you." The wizard smiled and said, "You were just too shocked to see me coming down from the sky, so you couldn't speak for a moment, that's all. You're not afraid at all." The senator nodded like crazy, but the smile on the wizard's face disappeared. "If you're afraid, I'll kill you," he said softly. "Did you hear that, Senator? Do you understand? So, tell me now, are you afraid?" "Aye." Alvizin moved his tongue frantically, trying to say a complete sentence, trying to say the 4 words "I'm not afraid," but his tongue refused him. The body's instinct rejected the command from the brain, and his heartbeat began to rise sharply. Fear and weakness made him cry bitterly, and finally, he knelt down in front of the wizard. "Shh." Shenyan patted his bald head gently, with gentle movements. "Don't cry, Senator. I just ask you one question. Are you afraid? Be an honest man, okay?" Alvizin began to cry loudly, and he screamed out those words, "I'm afraid. Gods, save me. I'm really afraid." What happened next, Vigforts will never forget it. In his life, he has seen many ways of killing. Soldiers kill people with things like arrows, swords, halberds and axes, and wizards kill people with fire, frost and lightning. Assassins use poison and flying knives, as well as traps. Among them, kings kill people the easiest. They don't have to do it themselves, and they don't even have to see the victim's miserable condition. Just a nod, a word, or even a look, and thousands of people will die. But he has never seen this before, and Vigforts can't help but start to shiver all over. "The gods can't hear you, Mr. Senator, only I can hear you, and I am much more merciful than the gods. So, I will respond to you." He heard the black-robed wizard say this, and then Senator Alvizin floated up, In the sunshine of Wengerberg in May, he floated up into the sky little by little, flying higher and higher, until he was level with the sun. At first, Vigforts could still hear his crying and screaming and collapse, but later, he could only stare at the small black dot with his eyes that hurt from staring at the sun for too long. "What did you do to him?" Vigforts heard himself trembling and asking, and the voice made him feel absurd. "Is this my voice?" Every syllable sounded like fear and trembling, so weak, so disgusting. "This is really my voice." "Yes." I saw he was shaking badly, so I guess the senator must be very cold. Besides, I was impressed by his enthusiasm for sunbathing. Shenyan came to Vigforts casually and said something in a relaxed tone like I just drank a sip of water that almost made him kneel down. "I sent him to the sun." "Is that so?" Vigforts responded with a miserable smile. "You are really kind-hearted." "Really? I think so too." "Then, let's talk about you, young man. Where did you learn my meditation technique?" Vigforts's heart skipped a beat. "Here it comes. I'll put 2 chapters aside, have a meal, and then continue writing. Tenosynovitis is so painful that my typing speed has dropped by half." Chapter 534, Eliminate All Evil. Vigforts didn't resist for long, to be more precise, he didn't resist at all. Shenyan didn't even say a few words before he confessed everything. He was a man who knew the situation and knew how to behave in the face of pure power. He also knew that any tricks would be useless in the face of someone who could kill you with just a breath. Who was he? Who did he first learn magic from? What did he want to do? From whom did he get this meditation technique? And what was his original plan? Everything, all revealed. To be honest, for Shenyan personally, he admired such people. Vigforts was abandoned by his parents and grew up in the slums. If he hadn't met a group of druids, he might have become a gangster thug or something like that. But he was taken away by the druids and wandered with them. When he was a little older, Vigforts left them. He had been a soldier, a spy, and even a farmer or a trader. In the first few decades of his life, he was not a wizard. But this man's mind is so firm that he is almost a natural-born wizard. His coldness towards mortals, his addiction to magic, and his pursuit of profit are simply the sum of all the prejudices against wizards in books. Shenyan sat on a chair, crossed his legs and placed them on a table, flipping through the diary that Vigforts carried with him without much interest, and muttered to himself, "Do you know what I think, Mr. Vigforts? They should put your name right below the word magician in the dictionary." Vigforts couldn't answer because he had gone to the sun to keep the counselor company, which was pretty good. At least he wouldn't be cold there anymore. Why? The answer is actually very simple. After becoming a wizard, Vigforts has been pursuing more powerful power, and his goal is the blood of the ancients. This powerful power is an irresistible temptation for any wizard, only local. He secretly helped Donnie, Ciri's father, to marry Princess Pavetta of Sintra. But he never expected that a black-robed wizard would appear in the middle of the process. His plan was interrupted because Ciri became Shenyan's unexpected child. As a wizard, Vigforts instinctively turned his thoughts to a very dangerous place. He believed that Shenyan's behavior was the result of deliberate planning, and he was beaten to the punch by someone else. In short, he wanted to make trouble for Shenyan. But he also heard that the black-robe wizard was very strong, and it happened that Francesca was promoting a new type of meditation, which was free for all warlocks, wizards and even druids. Vigforts went there immediately, studied there for 3 years before becoming a master, and then began to search for Shenyan's traces without stopping. He found him, then he died. "Excuse me, Mr. Vigforts, there are 2 extremely stupid things in the world, and you did both." Shenyan shook his head and threw down the diary, stood up, opened a portal and left, leaving only a sentence and the diary that was slowly burning into ashes. Geralt didn't swagger like the wizard and landed from the sky. In fact, even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. He was sure that Shenyan would kill the counselor, and he himself had some people to kill. Eradicate all evil. The sky was pale, with white clouds and gentle sunshine above his head. The counselor's manor stood majestically halfway up the mountain. Geralt walked to the main gate and politely told the gatekeeper that he wanted to find someone. "Who do you want to find, Master Witcher?" The servant looked at him puzzled, not understanding why a witcher came here. until Geralt raised his finger and carefully described it to the servant using the axis sign and his eloquence, and then the servant began to nod repeatedly. Yes, not tall, thin. Yes, sir, the way he looks at people is creepy, and the people in his group, we don't dare to deal with them, but the master asked them to come back. But the leader disappeared yesterday. Really? Geralt nodded thoughtfully and drew the steel sword behind him. The axis sign was still working steadily, and the servant didn't think there was anything wrong with the Witcher's sword drawing action. Then, he heard the Witcher say, "Please tell them that Geralt of Rivia is waiting outside. If they ask who I am, say that I killed the Blade Cat." "Okay, sir." The servant nodded. "You killed the Blade Cat." He turned and walked into the mansion. Geralt waited patiently in the same place. He stood there in a relatively relaxed posture. Perhaps it shouldn't be said, because his standing posture was completely like an amateur. His hand holding the sword drooped naturally, so loose that it even made people wonder if it would fall off. His legs were also like that. They were not one in front of the other or could move forward or backward at any time. Instead, they were naturally loose and stood there like a dazed idler in the village. Was he? 5 minutes later, 5 strong men wearing leather armor and holding maces or long swords came out. The leader was very strong. His leather armor had no arm part, but his 2 strong arms were exposed. The man stroked the scar on his nose with a bad face and cursed, "You damn mutant idiot, I will let you know that some words cannot be said casually. I want to rid the world of you, a burden, you dirty idiot." He took a breath and wanted to curse again, but Geralt's eyes had become ruthless. The demon hunter started in an instant. "Please forgive my inappropriate metaphor, but if I have to choose between a Lamborghini and a hunting cheetah, I will still choose a Lamborghini to represent his speed, because a Lamborghini can kill many people." In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the man. The blade dropped, the hand clenched, the muscles exerted force naturally, and it was extremely smooth, just like using a red-hot blade to cut butter. His steel sword cut straight into the man's jaw, and the gums, tongue and fragile oral tissues were cut in half along with the nasal cavity. Blood splattered, some of which splashed on Geralt's face. He pulled out the sword expressionlessly, and then beheaded it with one sword. The man's head rolled to his feet and was kicked away by the Witcher. He stood there, with a sudden smile on his face. "Let's go together," he said. "I'm in a hurry, my friend, and I made a bet. If I lose, I will have to treat you for 3 days. The remaining 4 people looked at each other and immediately rushed forward together. They were very professional, very professional. They were all experienced, skilled and well-coordinated professionals, professional killers. On the left and right, the roads on both sides were completely blocked, and 2 men with maces were in front of him. He couldn't block this kind of thing with a steel sword. The men with long swords were at the back, covering each other's backs. They rushed forward, and Geralt chose to take on the pair on the left first. The first man raised the mace in his right hand and swung it at him, but it was just a feint. He immediately dodged, allowing the brother with a long sword behind him to stab a dangerous sword straight at Geralt's throat. Then what? The Witcher dodged all attacks faster than they did, and the blade cut off the right hand and right ear of the man holding the blade with a cruel arc and force. Before he screamed, or even before the blade hit the ground, Geralt swung the second sword. The footsteps spun like dancing, and the steps were light, like tango. The steel sword passed through the air again, and another head flew straight up, with confusion and pain still on his face. "That's it?" He even had the energy to mock them, still smiling. "I thought the guy who could hang out with Blade Cat should be pretty good." "You'll see," the man with the mace said coldly behind him, and a bad wind blew from behind his head. At the same time, the 2 people who attacked him on the right also arrived. 2 maces, a long sword, his eyes, throat, and brain were all targeted by them with malicious eyes. Geralt released his left hand, and the Ken sign was cast in an instant. All their attacks were blocked, like chomping on hard rocks. The recoil caused their knuckles to crack, and their palms to tremble. The demon hunter would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. He held the sword very low, very low. He stabbed the abdomen of the man behind him with his backhand, then immediately turned around and pulled out the blade with the power of the rotation. He saw the guy's intestines flying in the air. His stomach was also cut, and all the food spilled out. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to scream. Geralt didn't give him the chance. He swung his sword lightly, leaving a piercing wound on the guy's throat. Then he turned around again, with the blade spinning above his head like a windmill. The remaining two looked at this scene in shock. Only the man holding the long sword reacted quickly enough to raise his sword to resist. Did it work? Geralt stabbed them through, heart to heart, blood to blood. He let go, and the two fell to the ground. The Witcher looked up at the sky to make sure he didn't waste too much time. He pulled out the steel sword, wiped it on their clothes, and put it back into the sheath. Then he left quietly. Oh, I'm surprised. What's surprising? You didn't waste half an hour on them, Shenyan said regretfully, smacked his lips, snapped his fingers, and 20 gold coins flew out of the air and piled on the table. Geralt panted, took off his sword, and pounded his waist. He complained without any dignity, "I've worked so hard for this little money." "Old bones?" The mage looked at him with contempt. "If you have the guts, don't use this money to go to a brothel." "Old bones, hey, it seems that I have been writing 10,000 words a day for a week. I feel okay. The feeling when I started the book is back. Everything is fine except that I have tendinitis. I bought a new chair, something to support my elbow, and a palm rest. Let's see if it will be better next week. Take a break for 2 days, update a full 4K, and then continue writing 10,000 words a day. The goal for this month is to write 250,000 words." Chapter 535 Late Night Visitor. Geralt stood at the side of the door and slowly raised his hand. It was a wooden door, to be precise, a rather dilapidated wooden door. There were many traces of time on it, and there were 2 deep cracks. The Witcher could imagine the scene of the people in the house shivering in the wind on a cold day. However, this door was still very sturdy, at least for now. He knocked on the door, and a man's impatient voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Damn it, gotta smell at least ass. It's morning now." The man walked in cursing, and Geralt patiently counted his steps. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to have enough time to do this, and at the same time, his hand was already on the dagger at his waist. 3, 2, 1. The door was opened. Geralt reached out his hand like lightning, pulled the man out of the house, pressed him hard against the stone wall, put the dagger against his throat, and covered his mouth with his left hand. "You should know what to do," Geralt asked in a low voice. The man's eyes widened in horror and he nodded repeatedly. Then, he saw an oriental man slowly approaching from behind the cat-eyed freak. The man glanced at him and smiled. "Geralt, he calls you a cat-eyed freak in his heart." "Really?" The demon hunter nodded. "It's okay. We'll have plenty of time to deal with him later." He put away the dagger, released his left hand, pressed down on his neck instead, and patted the man's cheek with the blade. The coldness almost made him pee his pants. Geralt asked calmly and clearly, "Your name is Hilo, right?" "Yes, yes." "Very good. Your mother paid us to find you." "No, what?" The man almost thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at Geralt, then at Shenyan, his face full of disbelief. "What are you two talking about? My mother died 3 years ago." "I know, you heard it right, actually, Hilo." Geralt smiled. He loosened his hand that was pressing Hilo's neck, and then said, "It was indeed your dead mother who found us." "What the hell are you saying?" Ho, ho! Hilo's curse word stopped halfway, his legs and feet slid down the wall slowly, and a short and rapid breath came from his throat, as if someone was strangling his throat. But in fact, no one did that. Geralt slightly moved away, and a chill came from his back, and then he felt a huge sadness and endless anger. At this time, he knew that the night spirit had come. "I wish you a happy revenge, lady." He heard the wizard say so. The bonfire burned slowly. The demon hunter no longer had the same demeanor as before. He sat in front of the fire tiredly, stirring his bowl with a spoon, trying to cool the soup down. Shenyan sat on the other side, eating a piece of bread in his hand, still reading a book. He was reading a geographical magazine, compiled by dwarves, and it was interesting. "I still don't understand. How could such a thing happen?" The demon hunter spoke in confusion. "The dead mother asked us to take her to find her son. This is the first time I violated my principles and watched a monster kill people." "The monster didn't kill people. The monster was the one who was killed. Shenyan put down the book, took his bowl placed near the fire, dipped the bread in it, and sucked up the full soup. He took a big bite, squinted his eyes in satisfaction, and then continued to speak. Do you think he has faith, Geralt? What? The mage repeated. Do you think that man, the one named Hillo, does he have faith? I'm not sure. He did call the name of the goddess Melitli, but he also called a part of her body. Goddess, forgive me. In most cases, having faith is a good thing, Shenyan told him slowly. In the countryside, the laws of the city are not applicable. On the contrary, faith can better restrain people's behavior, such as not stealing, not killing, not bullying, and so on. But there are also some things that people know naturally without the teachings of faith. For example, you don't need anyone to tell you that killing your mother is wrong. Shenyan took out the soup spoon from the bowl and pointed in the direction they came from. Look, the man knew that killing his mother was wrong, but he still did it, which proves that faith has no restraint on him. He lives in such an environment that even faith can't do anything to him, let alone the law. Do you think a demon hunter like you will go to the judge and the judge will believe you? Tell him, sir, a rational night demon told me that she was stoned to death by her son. She wanted revenge, so I took her to her son's home. Who would believe it? Shenyan picked up the bowl and drank the soup in one breath. He put down the wooden bowl, turned the soup spoon upside down in the bowl, looked at the demon hunter's silence, and sighed. It was July, and they had been away from Vengerberg for more than 2 months. The weather was getting hotter, especially as they headed south. Geralt's mood was becoming more and more strange. He was often silent, sighed, and sometimes even stared blankly for a long time because of something. He was worried, of course. It would be strange if he didn't show such behavior, but the question was, where did his worries come from? Okay, Geralt. I think we need to talk. As a friend, I think I need to ask you, where did you go on the last night we left Vengerberg? What? The Witcher looked up, his eyes dull. What did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Come on, you just don't want to say it. Shenyan exposed his lies in a few words, and fiercely took out the facts and threw them on the ground. As far as I know, there is a very famous shop in Vengerberg. The famous sorceress, your old lover Yennefer, is the owner. The shop sells magic creams and various high-end cosmetics, and is quite famous among the local ladies. Geralt nodded reluctantly. Do you want me to continue? Some things may not sound good if I say them. Geralt, okay. Geralt sighed. Your guess is right. I went to see her that night. That's right, and I didn't come back until the next afternoon. That's right, but it's not my problem. As soon as she saw me, Geralt's tongue began to tie, and it took him a while to tell the whole story. That night, he planned to go out and find a lower-class tavern to drink. Here, low class means that the waitresses will wear low-cut clothes and short skirts. Although the demon hunter can't be eaten, at least he can watch it. This is also one of his little hobbies. If he hadn't been obsessed and ran to the door of his old lover's shop, then he should have returned to the inn early the next morning. Unfortunately, he was obsessed. Geralt inexplicably came to the door of Yennefer's shop, at 7:30 in the evening. She hadn't closed yet. I don't know if it was fate. Geralt raised his head and looked at the second floor of the shop, and at this time, Yennefer just stuck her head out of the window. The two looked at each other, their eyes collided, as if lightning burst out in them. What happened next was out of control. The sorceress ran downstairs in a minute, without even a boot on. She eagerly invited the Witcher to sit in the house, and then closed the door. The two quarreled inside. In the excitement, Geralt accidentally smashed a glass counter, causing the expensive liquids and exquisite glass bottles to spill all over the floor. But Yennefer was not angry. According to Geralt's description, she looked at the things on the ground with those eyes, then looked at me, and suddenly laughed. I don't know why she laughed. I was very angry, so I asked, "Are you crazy?" She blinked at me, laughing and crying, and said yes, otherwise I wouldn't want to kiss you. Shenyan began to regret why he started this topic halfway through. He didn't want to get involved in the emotional journey of Yennefer and Geralt. This is a mess that can't be washed away. You know, most female sorcerers are promiscuous models, Some people may think that the author is insulting women, but it is actually true. However, Geralt is not much better, it is worse. These two people are a match made in heaven. One is a pile driver and the other is a pile driver. They are both infertile. It is really destined to be together. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Geralt asked unhappily. No, I just feel sorry for the red-haired lady. What's her name? Triss, right? Alas, Geralt, you are really. Shenyan shrugged. Fickle. That's a word to describe women. You look not much different from a teenage girl who was dumped by her first love. Geralt wisely shut his mouth. He knew that he could never win the battle of words against the wizard, and he also knew how pathetic his performance was along the way. So he said nothing, just finished the thick soup, and then prepared to go to bed. Unfortunately, today, he was unlucky. A thin middle-aged man came out of the woods, panting, with gray hair, an aristocratic hook nose and a pale face. He looked a bit like a tax collector in a bank. Two of you. He approached them breathlessly, keeping a polite and safe distance, holding the belt of his bag tightly with both hands, as if he could protect himself. Excuse me, I would like to borrow your fire, is it okay? Of course. Geralt looked at Shenyan, who answered in advance in surprise. He instinctively felt something was wrong. You know, the mage basically didn't talk to outsiders during this journey. He was allergic to chatting with strangers, but at this moment he acted like a warm and familiar person. As fellow travelers, we can't get out of the forest without helping each other. What do you think? Come and sit down. Shenyan waved at him with a friendly smile, and even asked intimately, have you eaten? Do you need food? Well, I'm not hungry, to be honest. The middle-aged man answered honestly, and then walked closer to the campfire. At this time, Geralt smelled the strong herbal fragrance on him. Out of professional instinct, he immediately began to doubt the man's profession. And the man obviously knew how to dispel this, and he immediately began to introduce himself. Gentlemen, my name is Emil Regis, and I'm a barber. A barber doesn't have such a strong herbal smell, Geralt said. I'm a demon hunter. As you can see, just call me Geralt. The one next to you is a wizard. His name is Shenyan. The name may be a bit difficult to pronounce, so just call me Mr. Regis. Shenyan smiled and took over the conversation. Geralt noticed that when he mentioned the word mage, Regis's eyes became very complicated for a moment. Because I sometimes work part-time as a herbalist. These days, I can't survive by doing my job without other jobs, Regis explained, and at the same time he took out a bottle of wine from his bag. Geralt also heard other clinking sounds. There must be a lot of bottles and jars in his bag. Gentlemen, do you want to drink? This is a bottle of Everest wine. I think it's the best way to thank you for allowing me to borrow the bonfire. That's a very expensive bottle of wine, Mr. Regis, Geralt said with surprise. But as a senior alcoholic, how could he refuse? 3 minutes later, he sighed, and this time it was a sigh of satisfaction, because Everest wine was really delicious. Shenyan did the same. He shook the wine in his glass and asked Regis casually, so, Mr. Regis, what makes a barber like you, a part-time herbalist, appear alone in the forest late at night? Hearing this, Regis smiled awkwardly. I am an herbalist, that's true, but sometimes I get drunk and go to get medicine for people, he said slowly. For this reason, I was driven out by a local village. Because the village chief's daughter caught a cold, I gave her a medicine for constipation. That night, she sprayed all over the house. Geralt almost laughed out loud. As you can see, he shrugged. I had nowhere to go and got lost in the forest. If I hadn't met you two kind gentlemen, I'm afraid I would be eaten by wolves now. Well, a wonderful story. Not lacking in humor and self-mockery. Shenyan raised his glass and took a sip. It's a pity that you're a vampire, Mr. Regis. As soon as he finished speaking, Geralt threw down his wine glass and stood up, his hand almost touching the hilt of the silver sword. Regis, I finally wrote about you. Chapter 536. Vizima, see you again apprentice. Don't be impatient, Geralt. Shenyan still shook the wine glass, and the red liquid of Evros swayed in it, just like some other red liquid. He slowly persuaded the demon hunter to sit down, and then made a gesture to signal Regis, who was sitting next to him, to calm down. Although this gentleman is a vampire, He hasn't sucked blood for a long time. Am I right, Mr. Regis? Regis' pale hands tightly grasped the belt of his bag. As the owner of the bottle of Evros wine, he shared it selflessly, but didn't drink a drop. At this moment, facing Shenyan's question, he just showed an awkward smile. Excuse me, Mr. He, I don't understand what you are talking about. Vampire? You mean the kind in the story? Okay, just treat vampires as creatures in the story. The wizard interrupted him, raised the wine glass high, and drank it all. His nonchalant expression calmed down Regis, who had been in a state of tension just now. He relaxed his tense shoulders and sighed suddenly. How did you find out? The vampire who smelled of herbs asked with a wry smile. A little personal method. Shenyan also smiled and replied, that's a good bottle of wine, Mr. Regis. So I won't ask more, such as why you are wandering alone in the wilderness. Like I said, Regis spread his hands frankly. I gave the village chief's daughter the wrong medicine. Well, to be honest, I think that room stinks more than a pigsty after she sprayed. The night air was extremely cold, especially in the forest. The bonfire and the physical fitness of the demon hunter could dispel some of the chill for Geralt, and this chill had nothing to do with the climate or time. This is how it is in the forest. But despite this, he still laughed happily. Geralt had to admit one thing. This vampire named Regis was indeed a very humorous guy. Yes, that's it. The vampire waved his hands and made a fierce gesture. In my long life, I have seen many women. Some are beautiful, some are ugly. Later I realized that appearance is deceptive. For example, the wife of the university professor in Oxenfurt. She is very beautiful, but her personality. Anyway, the professor came to me to buy medicine with bruises all over his face. At first, I thought he was beaten by someone, such as hooligans. But he said he was a university professor. I thought that no hooligans would dare to trouble a university professor in Oxenfurt. So I asked, and he told me embarrassedly that he was beaten by his wife. I was shocked. Regis said seriously, it is common for a wife to beat her husband, but it usually doesn't happen to a university professor. My curiosity emerged, so that night, I secretly followed the professor. He came home and took the elixir he bought from me to make his injury better. As a result, as soon as he entered the door, his wife hit him several times with a broom. The professor was very aggrieved and shouted, "Why did you hit me again? I didn't get home later than 8 o'clock today." His wife was even more aggrieved than him. While hitting him with a broom, she shouted, "You came back so late. I didn't have dinner." To be honest, gentlemen, the lady is really beautiful. She has blue eyes and is even more charming when she cries. But the strength of her hands. The vampire shuddered. I don't understand why she beat her husband like that for such a small matter. The next day, Regis decided to join their journey. Geralt was surprised by his decision. He thought it was just a chance encounter, but the vampire had a different opinion. I am a high-level vampire, as you two can see. My life is indeed very long, even immortal, but I rarely meet like-minded people, especially people like you two gentlemen who can chat with me all night. Isn't there an old saying? One friend who can chat with me all night is better than 12 drinking buddies. After learning that the destination of Geralt's trip was Vizima, the vampire seemed even happier. I have an old friend there, he said. A lady, although she is not completely free from blood addiction like me. She doesn't kill people either. She is also a high-level vampire? Yes. Geralt shuddered. This may be the first time I feel that the words in those books in Kaer Morhen are wrong. What do you mean by there are few high-level vampires? Why do I feel that you are completely hidden among humans? In fact, she and I should be considered special cases. Regis shrugged. As for me, I prefer to wander around the countryside, and occasionally live in the city for a while. She is different. She has been running a brothel in Rizima for more than 100 years. Every 10 years or so, she changes her appearance. Shenyan saw Geralt's eyes light up. Do you mind telling me about your friend's shop? He asked impatiently. Another 2 months passed, and the time they spent on the road was unimaginably long. This roughly explains why merchants of this era would rather take such a big risk and choose to do long-distance trade. The reason is that the benefits are too great. Regis, a high-level vampire, obviously has a lot of savings. He basically doesn't spend much money, so he spent 100 gold coins to pick a very good horse, which made Geralt envious. In the past 2 months, Geralt has rarely received commissions. The road is very peaceful, and the demon hunter is happy to be idle. They entered from the ropemaker's gate in Vizima. It was afternoon and the merchants had already closed their doors. Located in the south, the climate in Vizima is quite hot. People here will definitely not open their doors to do business in the afternoon of August. As for now, most people are spending their time in the tavern. Well, I'm going to catch up with my old friend. Geralt, do you want to come? Regis pointed to the road leading to the trade area. Her shop should be there. I remember it's called the Night House. No. Unexpectedly, Geralt refused his invitation. This made Shenyan raise his head in surprise. He didn't expect that Geralt actually chose to keep himself clean. Of course, it could also be because he was too tired. Is it possible? Shenyan looked at him suspiciously, and this look made the demon hunter quite unhappy. Don't look at me like that, damn it. Why do you two look so surprised? He turned over and got off the horse, tidying up his clothes, and even his hair. I told you, I've quit. I'll never go to a brothel again. Just wait and see. Regis looked at him, then at the wizard, and suddenly asked, I suddenly thought of a joke. Do you want to hear it? Of course, Regis, your sense of humor is comparable to mine. Ha, then, listen carefully. Regis cleared his throat. A demon hunter said he would never go to a brothel again. What do you think? Shenyan raised his mouth. This is simply the best joke I have ever heard. Ha, ha, ha. Geralt stood on the ground expressionlessly and applauded them. It's really very funny. Okay. Excuse me, gentlemen, I have someone to see. They watched him go away, and Regis asked, what about you? Where are you going? I have my own place. Regis, don't worry, Shenyan replied. See you in a few days. See you in a few days. They parted ways and said goodbye to each other. Shenyan raised his head and looked at the sun hanging in the sky, and his mood suddenly became better. In fact, the decision to go to Vizima was not made in a short time, but he had discussed it with the Witcher before the trip. Geralt planned to come here to find Triss Merigold, meet his lover again, and be in love for a while. As for Shenyan, he came here to find his apprentice, Andrea, the daughter of an innkeeper, as the first apprentice accepted by his irresponsible teacher in this world. Shenyan felt that he still had to test her learning results. He rode his horse and walked towards the temple area. The last time he came here was in 1250. He dealt with some things from the other world here, Messini, and was dragged to the bottom of the water by the lustful lake nymph to sleep for a night. And Geralt killed a monster possessed by the thing from the other world in the Lepidol hospital here. What a hard battle. There are many poor beggars on the street. They are ragged. Some are even missing arms and legs, yellow and thin, and very dirty. The stench hovered over the street, and even by medieval standards, it was not considered clean. But what else could you ask for? This is the temple district of Vizima. Welcome here, dear readers. Every corner here is full of beggars, sin and darkness, and there are suspicious people and poor people everywhere. You can find all kinds of entertainment for the bottom of society here: cockfighting, black boxing, casinos, and even the most dangerous gladiatorial events. If Shenyan were to describe it, he would think it was a medieval version of Gotham without superpowered criminals. Interesting. My apprentice, what are you doing here? He rode his horse past an intersection, and at the next intersection, there stood a brand new building. That was the St. Lepidus Hospital, and it seemed that it had been rebuilt after the disaster. The brand new white exterior walls were spotless, which was basically impossible in such an environment, and Shenyan smelled the scent of magic from it. The method of casting the spell was not very sophisticated, but it was extremely practical. The caster was obviously a pragmatist. With the automatic magic circle, any stain would be converted into one of the energies consumed to maintain the magic circle. The black-robed wizard dismounted, and his black horse turned into a point of light and disappeared in an instant, in front of the hospital where people were coming and going. No one noticed this. The crowd was still crowded and noisy. Pregnant women without money, beggars with missing teeth, and poor people with illnesses were crowded in the square inches front of the hospital. surrounding the place tightly. The pungent smell mixed together and went straight to the sky. Shenyan walked forward, and the crowd naturally parted around him. They didn't notice him, but they instinctively felt in their minds that they had to avoid someone. The noise was quiet for a moment, and then it sounded again. At this time, Shenyan had arrived in front of the hospital. The door was open, and there were many groans of patients inside. Some nurses in white and priests of the goddess Melody came and went, with busy footsteps. He entered calmly, looked up, and his figure dissipated in an instant. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the third floor of the hospital. This looked like the intensive care unit area. The battle situation was more than twice as busy as in the hall on the first floor. He could not see any nurses walking, only running. Shenyan walked in the bright white corridor, listened carefully, and heard the voice of his apprentice. Her tone was not very ladylike. "Listen, Captain Rupert, if you continue to be so careless about your body, then our cooperation will end here and we will go our separate ways. Do you understand, Master? I am so mad at you. I said half a month ago that we cannot patrol with injuries. Why don't you listen?" Andrea sounded as if she was screaming. She was really angry, and the Captain Rupert she was talking about answered her words in a submissive manner. Dear Miss Andrea, please don't be angry. We can't do anything about it. There are only so many local city guards, and there are only 50 people in the temple area. We have to take charge of such a large area, so injuries are inevitable. Don't use this kind of nonsense to fool me, Captain Rupert. Injured guards are patients. Do you understand this? I don't care whether they are voluntary or forced. Anyone who is injured or has difficulty in moving is not allowed to patrol again. Understand my words, Mr. Captain, otherwise, you will be paying next time. Captain Rupert spoke softly and kindly again, which barely dispelled her anger. Then, Shenyan heard the sound of high heels fading away, and the captain's low sigh. He turned around the corridor silently and came behind him. "Excuse me, Captain Rupert." The captain of the guard was startled, turned around, looked at the strange handsome oriental man, and said doubtfully, "Who are you?" "Well, sir, you look like a mage." "Then I'll tell you straight, Miss Andrea just kicked a warlock who wanted to pursue her out of the city half a month ago. You must not do anything irrational." "Is that true?" Shenyan asked back calmly. "Well, interesting. Why don't we talk about what Miss Andrea did in the hospital?" "Okay." A blue light was reflected in the captain of the guard's green eyes, and his expression became stunned. Okay, my hand is better now. I will resume updating the word count tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, the number of words updated every day this month will basically be maintained at a minimum of 8K, with no upper limit. See how much I can code in a day. Chapter 537 Alcoholics Anonymous. "Miss Andrea, we need help here." A nurse called out to the angry Andrea. She looked anxious, her clothes were covered in blood, and her raised hands were trembling slightly. "The pregnant woman is having a difficult delivery." Without much nonsense, Andrea immediately ran with her in the corridor. They passed through the noisy noises, the wailing of the patients and the uneasy pacing of some family members, and arrived at the ward. Andrea's heart was hanging in the air. No matter how many times she did it, she could not get used to it. She walked to the pregnant woman who was in so much pain that her facial features were distorted, and looked at her face. For a moment, Andrea realized that she might not even be 20 years old. Anger bloomed from her heart, but was extinguished by herself in the next moment. She warned herself, "Andrea, not everyone is as lucky as you to meet a mentor. You can't be angry with her, and you shouldn't be angry with her family." Andrea calmed down. She put on a smile, walked to the girl, gently held her wrist, and a surge of magic power poured in, temporarily calming her pain. The young girl's hands loosened from the pain, and Andrea placed her palms against hers. She looked into her tearful eyes and said soothingly, "Relax, child, it's okay. I'm here, okay? What's your name?" The girl nodded desperately, her hair wet with sweat swaying, and she gasped and said, "Lilo." This doesn't sound like a normal name, Andrea thought. Usually, few parents would give their children such short and easy-to-remember names. They are usually pseudonyms, the names used by waitresses and prostitutes in taverns. "Okay, Lilo, do you believe me?" she continued. her voice gentle and firm. "Of course, Miss Andrea." Although Lila was in excruciating pain, she still showed a pale smile. "We all believe you." "Okay, child, I want you to close your eyes." Lila did as she was told. She was scared and in pain, but she still did as Andrea said and closed her eyes. "Take a deep breath, Lila, take a deep breath." 15 minutes later, Andrea walked out of the ward, but saw an unexpected person outside the corridor. "You're doing a good job here, Andrea," Shenyan said with a smile. "I noticed the automatic magic circle you used on the outer wall of the hospital. It's a good idea, simple enough, easy to repair and extremely practical." "Nice style." "Teacher, why, are you surprised to see me?" Shenyan looked at Andrea. After 10 years, the girl has grown up. She is not like other sorceresses. The first thing she did after mastering magic was to change her appearance and figure. In fact, Andrea still maintains her original appearance, with an ordinary face and even some freckles. Her flaxen hair is tied up behind her head, and her eyes are as firm as they were back then. "It's a lie to say there is no teacher." Andrea smiled with surprise. "It's just that you've been gone for too long, but at least it's not too late. I still have time to see my apprentice grow up." "Is the child okay?" "She's fine, teacher." "It's a boy." The smile on Andrea's face paused for a moment. In this era, if a girl gave birth to a child at a young age and she didn't have a wealthy family or a decent job, then the child's future destination would be either the temple of the goddess Melitli or an orphanage, or even worse, they would be thrown into the sewers of Vizima. "The rats there are very fat." Shenyan only needed to take a glance to know what his apprentice was thinking, but he was not going to pass on some of his life experience to her. There was no need for this. Preaching is useless, and the truth of some things can only be found by oneself. However, necessary enlightenment is still needed. He gestured, and a white pattern lit up on Andrea's forehead, complex and exquisite, like a crown. She knew nothing about it, only that the mage was staring at her, which made her a little uneasy. "Did I do something wrong, teacher?" "Nothing, Andrea." Shenyan smiled. "She worked very hard, and the crown has not been extinguished to this day." "You did a good job." "Take a deep breath, Gerald. Take a deep breath. Exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale." Repeated 4 times. This method works every time, and it can slow down his heartbeat every time. Part of it is because of the training in Kaer Morhen when he was young, and the other part is because of his transformed body. The white-haired witcher changed into new clothes and even took a bath. Originally, he didn't plan to do so, but the disgusted look of the proprietress when he bought flowers made him realize something. His 2 travel companions knew nothing about this. Regis is a vampire. As long as he wants, he can ignore all kinds of smells, while Shenyan is simply covered with protective magic circles. Let alone a little smell, Geralt feels that even if a volcano erupts, it can't burn a corner of his clothes. He held a bunch of lavender, wore a brand new shirt, the rivets on his breeches sparkled, and his boots were spotless as he stepped on the clean cobblestones of the Vizima trade district. In this way, the witcher suppressed his excitement and slowly came to a low but exquisite house. It was made of red bricks, with a chimney on top, and looked cozy and warm. There were many flowers under the windowsills, some of which were against the season and should not be blooming at this time, but they were still blooming incomparably gorgeous. Geralt pushed open the door of the wooden fence, stepped onto the clean stone road, past the flowers on both sides, and the trees above his head cast a green shade. He knocked on the door. A woman's lazy voice sounded from inside, which reminded him of the gentle wind and the comfortable bed. She pushed open the door, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Geralt couldn't tell whether the flowers were more beautiful or she was more beautiful. "Geralt." The red-haired sorceress bumped into his arms, and her warm breath cast a wetness on his chest. Geralt could feel her greedily absorbing his scent, and after noticing the smell of soap, her arms tightened a little. "You took a shower," she whispered in his ear, and the lavender squeezed into each other's chests, bearing the beating of their hearts and trembling with their breathing. "Yes," Geralt admitted it readily. In a relationship, such words mean a lot. The sorceress's breathing became hotter. She pulled Geralt into the house, moved her fingers slightly, and the magic closed the door. Then she squatted down. "Triss, You are playing with fire, Geralt panted, and the only answer he got was the sorceress's indistinct laughter. That night, they finally calmed down. Well, that mister he is traveling with you too? And there's a high-level vampire? Triss lay on the bed, lazily pulling the sheets to cover herself. She propped up her head and smiled. I'm glad to see you've made new friends, Geralt. If you're always alone slaying demons and monsters, your mental state will sooner or later become problematic. I worry about you every day, afraid that you'll die in some stupid commission. It's great to have someone looking after you. Do you have so little confidence in me? No, it's just that I know your character very well. Triss smiled helplessly. You always do things you shouldn't do. Not for money, not for fame. You put yourself in danger. I love you for that, but I hate you for that. Are all you women like this? Loving and hating me? Geralt realized he had said something stupid the moment he said it. As expected, Triss's brows were already furrowed. You, putting aside your prejudice against women, don't tell me that you met her again. The Witcher cursed his own stupidity in his heart. He struggled for a few seconds between lying and telling the truth, and then chose to die quickly. Anyway, Triss can read minds, so why should he hide it? However, he did not speak, but admitted it in his heart. Yes, I met her. Triss stared at Geralt for several minutes with a look that made his blood boil. Then she shook her head and said, Geralt, I really want to slap you twice. Saying something like that at a time like this. Well, Geralt, I originally wanted to keep you overnight, but now it seems that's not possible. I'm a little angry, so get out of here and stay in the inn tonight. She ruthlessly and harshly ordered him to leave, but Geralt was still resisting. That was 2 months ago. Triss, don't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart? The sorceress's voice suddenly became high-pitched. Damn it, Geralt. How did you promise me when I left Kaer Morhen that you would never mess around again? You promised so firmly at the time. I really didn't go to those places again. What about her? It was just an accident, believe me, Triss. It was really just an accident. Enough. The sorceress pointed at the door firmly, and Geralt's clothes floated up from the ground and covered his head. He heard Triss say in a crying voice, Get out. This time, he didn't say anything more. You are such an idiot, Geralt. Walking on the streets of Vizima at night, Geralt cursed himself in depression and frustration. Unlike when he came, he walked dejectedly on the streets of the trade district, and several noisy shouts came from the tavern next to him. This made him look up at the sign of the tavern, and then weighed his wallet. Well, Geralt, you asked for it, and drank to drown your sorrows. He pushed open the door of the tavern called Barrel Drinking and walked in. It was not as he thought, full of alcohol and people talking and laughing, but a few people sitting together with depressed faces, both men and women. One of the dwarves saw him coming and raised his hand weakly and waved. Brother, you came at the wrong time. The tavern doesn't sell alcohol during this period. What? Geralt almost thought he had heard it wrong. Then what are you doing? We are trying to quit drinking, a female elf said with a painful face. As you can see, Witcher, this is a drinking party. Is this a joke? No joke, sir. A man took over. Actually, a few of us drink here every day, because we always fight with people, quarrel and make too much noise to disturb the public. The city government asked us to quit drinking for a period of time. At least we can't drink too much. He rubbed his face with a depressed look. This is the first day. God, this is the first time in my life in the past 12 years that I don't drink at night. I can't stand it. The dwarf echoed him. I agree with you, Jonathan. I can't agree more. He shouted loudly in the common language with a strong accent. I opened this tavern for drinking. Why can't I drink? It's okay to not let me drink. Why can't I do business? I just beat up a lot of people in the past 2 months. Come on, Zoltan, the female elf said with a sad face. You've beaten up 137 people in the past 2 months. I'm counting them. My beard. Why are you writing this down? Damn it. You still have the nerve to ask? It would have been fine if he didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned it, the female elf instantly became furious. Every time I try to drink alone, you knock over the table. Last Friday you fought with 3 idiots here and spilled the Medina Rose wine I bought. Didn't I return the bottle to you? I bought Medina Rose. Wine. What you gave me was pepper vodka. The female elf gritted her teeth and said, "Is that something people drink?" Geralt's depressed mood was somewhat alleviated by the interesting conversation between them. The Witcher leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest and listened to their conversation. The man noticed this and gestured. Sir, don't you want to drink somewhere else?" "No," Geralt rejected his suggestion. "I was just kicked out of the house by a woman. At first, I really wanted to spend the night drunk, but I think this might make her more angry, and your chat is also very interesting. Then come and sit down." The dwarf grated him vulgarly. "Move your butt, white-haired boy. Come and sit down." Geralt did as he was told. He liked this dwarf very much. "Well, it's time to introduce yourself." The dwarf patted his chest and said loudly and proudly, "My name is Zoltan Ziva. This picky elf is Cecilia Fanny. As for that one, he is Jonathan Dolkin. The three of us are the famous local wine tasting association, specialized in commenting on the pros and cons of various wines." Geralt of Rivia, a witcher, and, maybe it should be renamed Alcoholics Anonymous now, Geralt said suddenly, making everyone laugh. "I like your sense of humor." The elf Fanny smiled. It's always fun to meet new friends. I really hope there's some wine to drink." "Is there no wine in the tavern?" Geralt asked. "No, the guards took the wine away and kept it in their camp." Zoltan waved his hand. "I'm not worried about them drinking secretly. Those guys are all honest people. But I'm so upset that I can't drink." There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 538 Drunkards. "So, can't you go somewhere else to drink? Or just buy some?" "No." Jonathan shook his head. "The official from the city government has issued a death order, forbidding anyone to sell us alcohol within 3 months. And all the taverns in the city have remembered our 3 faces. Let alone drinking, we can't even get in. As for buying and selling," he sighed, "that's even more impossible. We are too famous locally, and all the stores that sell alcohol know us, and they also know the order. We can't go to the temple area to drink. We'll probably be robbed if we go in. And I don't think they will sell to us." "How dare they?" Zoltan cursed, his beard blowing up. "A bunch of scoundrels. The last time I went there, 40 orens were stolen. This is not a small amount of money. If I catch those scoundrels again, I'm going to beat their asses." Geralt noticed that every time Zoltan got emotional, his dwarf accent would be exposed, which made his words even funnier. The Witcher couldn't help but burst out laughing, which attracted Zoltan's inexplicable gaze. "What are you laughing at?" he asked in confusion, stroking his beard. "Don't look at me as a tavern owner now. I have served in the army. I am a retired veteran." "You don't believe it, right? Come and show me." "No, I believe you are absolutely capable of doing this." Geralt instantly put on a serious face. The confident tone made Zoltan narrow his eyes comfortably, and then smiled again. "That's about right. Anyway, this is the situation," Jonathan summarized. "We won't be able to drink wine for at least 3 months, at least until the official forgets about it." 3 months. Oh my God, 3 months. He covered his head in despair. "I'm a member of the Wine Tasting Association. If I don't drink wine for 3 months, my taste buds will degenerate, and then I won't be able to instantly taste the difference between 1235 and 1236 Beauclair Blanc. This is my unique skill." Noticing Geralt's puzzled look, Fanny spoke up and explained to Jonathan. The female elf spoke slowly and steadily. "It's like this, you don't know, Geralt. The packaging of 1235 and 1236 Beauclair Blanc is very similar, at least that's what it looks like to an outsider, but the price is completely different. The 1235 batch was not very successful due to weather reasons, and for the 1236 batch, they used a new distiller, and the taste has made a leap." The female elf's expression was so fascinating that Geralt could imagine the fragrance blooming on his taste buds, and her next sentence exacerbated this reaction. "You know what? It's rich in fruity aroma, and the moment you take a sip, it explodes on the tip of your tongue. The sour and sweet smell is like the wind of spring. It's crisp and refreshing, but after swallowing, it will bloom in the back of your throat. A touch of bitterness." Fanny nodded, swallowing her saliva. "The finishing touch, the masterpiece of a master. The bitterness is unforgettable, Geralt." Her description made the three people present swallow, and Geralt couldn't help salivating. He was originally a drunkard, and he was no less than these three people, so he made a decision. It turns out that Geralt might be able to refuse to go to the brothel, but he definitely couldn't refuse to drink. "Where can I buy it?" he asked excitedly with his cat eyes shining. "Oh my god, they don't know me." Half an hour later, he and the dwarf Zoltan stood outside the patrol camp in the trade area. The two of them tiptoed, not much different from thieves. In fact, they were here to be thieves. Geralt lowered his voice and asked, "Are you sure there is no other place in the city that sells 1236 Beauclair white wine?" "I'm sure, Geralt. It's absolutely true." Zoltan also lowered his voice. "This batch of wine is currently only available in my tavern in Vizima. It is exclusive to the Wine Tasting Association. Others can't enjoy it." "Oh, I shouldn't have signed this agreement with the Beauclairs." He scratched his head in annoyance. "Sole authorization? Separate sales? Now I'm hurting myself." "Okay." Geralt's throat moved up and down again, and the description of the female elf echoed in his brain, constantly echoing. "I must drink that wine, tonight, tomorrow. Anyway, I must drink it, otherwise I will not be at peace even if I die," Geralt thought. He swallowed his saliva and quietly entered the patrol camp with Zoltan. On the other side, Shenyan was drinking with Andrea in another tavern in the trade zone. It was relatively quiet here, probably because of the owner's requirement written on the sign outside the door. "No noisy guests are not welcome." This made it easier for him to talk to Andrea. The mage raised a full glass of Vizima Champion, which is Vizima's specialty beer. It tastes mellow and strong, and is extremely suitable for appetizers. An appetizer for alcoholics, but ordinary people should not learn to drink it. The cup of Vizima Champion is specially made, with a diameter of 20 centimeters, and one cup can make some people who can't drink much drunk. He drank half a bottle in one breath, but Andrea was placed in front of a glass of milk. This made the female apprentice look depressed. "Why don't you let me drink?" she asked in confusion. "You can drink it." Shenyan raised a finger, signaling Andrea to wait, and he raised the cup again and drank the rest in one breath. Then he leaned back in his chair and exhaled with satisfaction. "Because you will get drunk," the mage said. "And I won't." "You have double standards," Andrea retorted indignantly. "And I know a spell to sober up. If you use this kind of thing to drink, it's no different from cheating, Andrea." Shenyan said this lightly, and at the same time, he used his eyes to signal the waitress who had been staring at him for a long time to bring a new bottle of wine. Just by his smile, he made the waitress blush and gave her a serving of French fries. "Thank you." Shenyan smiled and watched the waitress go away, then picked up a new glass of Vizima Champion, but did not drink it. "Andrea, I'm glad to see that you have not been changed by this world." He stared at the beer thoughtfully. "This is the best thing. You are still practicing your original intention of learning magic. I am very happy to see that you did not choose to enter the court, did not play power games, and did not try to dominate the world. You are just doing good things, doing small things. It's not as exaggerated as you said." Andrea blushed at his praise. "I just feel sorry for the poor, and I want to help them." "Really? Don't you think they deserve it?" "They are poor because they are not diligent enough. Look, if the poor have 2 houses to rent out, they won't be poor, right?" "What are you talking about?" Andrea asked incredulously. "Even if it is ironic, what you said is too." She thought for a long time before she could come up with a comment that was not a swear word. "It is out of touch with reality." Shenyan smiled and said nothing more. His eyes turned to the window, where a white-haired man with 3 bottles of wine under his armpits and a dwarf with a bottle of wine in his pocket were running wildly on the road. Behind them, several guards were chasing them and cursing. He kept watching them go away, and the smile on his face slowly grew bigger and bigger. Then, he stood up and drank the Vizima Champion in one gulp. "That's all for tonight, Andrea. I guess you need some rest too. See you tomorrow, my apprentice." "See you tomorrow, Master." "Geralt." Zoltan's breathless voice came from behind the Witcher. Front, turn left, run." Geralt's hands were tied tightly around the 6 bottles of wine. They were discovered by the guards, as it should be. This is what happens when you work with dwarves. They are not good at sneaking in. Fortunately, They were discovered during the evacuation process, so they didn't return empty-handed. Following Zoltan's instructions, Geralt turned left and entered the alley. Zoltan's footsteps were still following him. Dwarves may have short legs, but they definitely run fast. He gradually stopped hearing the voices and curses of the soldiers, which made the Witcher breathe a sigh of relief. They ran several hundred meters again, and then stopped sweating all over, leaning against the wall, and sat down without any image along the wall. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Geralt, Geralt. Zoltan laughed even harder than when he ran away just now, and his breathing sounded like a broken bellows. Ah, my beard. What did we do? We, the Witcher swallowed. We did something stupid. Yes, stupid. Zoltan nodded, and the laughter couldn't stop from bursting out of his throat. It's so fucking stupid. I don't know how to deal with the official who came to my door tomorrow. Ah, those soldiers must have seen our faces. Then what should we do? Return the wine? Fuck it. Zoltan refused firmly. This is my wine. Return it? Impossible. Let's go back to the tavern and get drunk tonight. Want to get the wine tasting association to stop drinking? No way. They can eat my ass. The dwarf yelled vulgarly. Wine, drink, let's go. Just then, a filthy curse came from the top of the wall they were leaning against. It was Elvish, which roughly meant that the useless horse that couldn't pull the cart stayed up late at night to disturb others. I curse you to get smallpox. Geralt stood up calmly and pulled Zoltan to the other end of the alley. The dwarf was still asking, what does that man mean? I can hear it's Elvish. Is he cursing us? No, Zoltan. He is expressing his respect for us. Really? Really? There is one more. Chapter 539, Drinking Down the Drain. When he returned to the barrel drinking, Geralt was surprised to find that there was an extra person inside, and he happened to know this person. What? Geralt put down the wine in his arms. Why are you here? So this gentleman really knows you? The female elf Fanny interrupted. She stared at the wizard with fascination, and it was almost written on her face. Well, that's great. We just happened to have wine. Jonathan brought a pot of stew, which was the work of him and Fanny in the kitchen. The 4 people had a clear division of labor. 2 people stole the wine, and 2 people cooked. He smelled the simmering meat and smiled with satisfaction. It's good to have more people. I'm not used to this place being so busy. Besides, this gentleman knows how to taste wine at first glance. He even walks in such a stylish way. I guess he must be the same in his taste for wine. Don't talk so much. Drink, drink. Well-preserved 1236 Beauclair white wine. Everyone, start enjoying it. Zoltan extinguished most of the candles, leaving only one, drew the curtains, blocked the door with a few chairs, and then whispered, from now on, let's keep our voices down. God knows if those guards will come looking for us. It's better to be careful and pretend that we are asleep. He couldn't wait to open a bottle of Beauclair white wine, and the dwarf's thick fingers pulled the cork out of the bottle. The rich and fresh aroma immediately filled the room, and even Shenyan couldn't help but smile. It's really good wine. Geralt sat down beside him, followed Zoltan's instructions, and asked the wizard softly, how did you find this place? I saw you 2 gentlemen holding wine on the road being chased by guards. Out of curiosity, I predicted what would happen tonight. There is good wine. How could I miss it? Oh, so you watched the whole process at that time. Why didn't you help us out? Geralt pouted and questioned. His words made Zoltan pat his shoulder. The dwarf said seriously, this gentleman is well-mannered. Help us? He may not be able to run faster than those guards. Yes, Geralt, I am indeed a well-mannered scholar who is weak and powerless. You have too high expectations of me. Shenyan smiled and echoed the dwarf's words. This made the Witcher turn his head away speechlessly. Well-mannered, weak and powerless? Come on. The wizard smiled and extended his hand, shook hands with the dwarf, and introduced each other. Shenyan, a scholar. Zoltan Ziva. Just call me Zoltan. Not bad. Not bad. Although you look gentle, but your handshake is quite strong. The dwarf nodded at him with his hands on his waist. Fanny took the Beauclair white wine and filled each glass, and Shenyan's glass was a little more. Under the light of the only candle, they raised their goblets, and in the aroma of stewed meat and fine wine, they said in unison, cheers. The drunkards quickly finished the bottle of wine, and then the second bottle, and the third bottle. Just like all carnival banquets, once the wine begins to be consumed, it will continue until it is finished. Just like all crazy stories, once it starts, it is difficult to end it. Geralt woke up with a splitting headache. What happened? The first thing he smelled was a stench, which was desperately stinky and mixed with sourness. The smell made him vomit instantly, and when he got up, he realized how dirty he was. "Gotta smell it," Geralt said loudly. Oh my god, it's no wonder he reacted like this. Anyone who wakes up from a hangover and finds himself in the Vizima sewers full of garbage and feces would probably be like this, or even more exaggerated. The only thing to be thankful for is probably one thing: he is in the aisle of the sewer, although it is dirty, but at least there is no feces. Geralt breathed carefully to prevent himself from inhaling too much feces. He frowned and began to try to recall. What did I do last night? Some fragmented memory fragments emerged from the depths of his mind. Drinking in the tavern. Zoltan's joke. Fanny was the first to fall. She tried to fall on and then Jonathan. What happened next? Geralt groaned, his temples throbbing. He suppressed the urge to vomit and continued to try to recall. Zoltan said that the sewers in Vizima have been in trouble recently, and said that you, Geralt, are not a demon hunter. Why don't we go and together and kill those monsters? He still remembered that he patted his chest and responded loudly at the time. Even the usually calm he seemed a little drunk. Not only did he not stop their stupid plan, he even snapped his fingers and teleported the silver sword that Geralt left in the inn. Goddess. Geralt shuddered and looked around, still unable to remember what happened afterwards. He began to walk forward along the sewer, trying to find an exit, but accidentally found his silver sword not far away, and Zoltan, who was sleeping soundly on a rotten sofa that came from nowhere. He picked up the silver sword first. Good. No problem. It was even clean, without any stains. As for Zoltan, his beard was covered with vomit, and the smell of alcohol and stench turned him into a sleeping stink bomb. His snoring was deafening. Zoltan? Zoltan? Hey, wake up, Zoltan. After calling him several times, the dwarf finally woke up, but he was still not fully awake. He sat on the rotten sofa with sleepy eyes, and the first sentence he said was amazing. Why is it so fucking smelly? Geralt, did the pterodactyl fart here? He pondered for a while, and Geralt thought he wanted to say something, but Zoltan opened his mouth and vomited. The vomit drew a long arc in the air and accurately hit the sewage flowing in the middle of the aisles on both sides. Well, at least he had a good aim. Geralt turned his head and Zoltan was a little more awake. He wiped his mouth, looked at the surrounding environment, and then looked at Geralt holding the silver sword, and suddenly said, "We did something stupid again, right?" "Yes." "Damn, where's that scholar?" Zoltan seemed to have forgotten about Shenyan's snapping of his fingers to teleport the silver sword, and still regarded him as a gentle scholar. He said worriedly, "He is not as self-protective as the two of us." What I said about monsters in the sewers is true. Many people who have disappeared recently have their bodies found in the sewers, and they have been bitten to pieces. Move, demon hunter. The dwarf jumped off the sofa and led the way. He broke off a sofa leg and used it as a weapon. He shouted loudly, "I can't let anything happen to my new friend. Damn it, we must find him." Zoltan may be the most chivalrous dwarf Geralt knows. Everyone says that dwarves will accept hanging for their friends. Geralt thinks Zoltan will not only do this, but may also be willing to die twice. Even the friends they just met were the same. They began to shout Shenyan's name in the stinking sewer. After 2 hours of sweating and searching, they still couldn't find him. Now, even Geralt began to worry. Damn, he is indeed a powerful wizard. But what if he is too drunk to cast spells? Didn't he say that he was still recovering his strength? Geralt knew that Zoltan was right. Along the way, he had found many suspicious traces. According to speculation, he felt that there was probably a large carnivorous monster living here. "My beard is above," Zoltan said dejectedly. "We too might have killed him." When he looked up again, his eyes were full of tears. "I shouldn't have stolen the wine. It's all my fault." "Oh, Zoltan, look at what you've done." The dwarf cursed himself loudly. "Don't blame the city government for asking you to quit drinking. Drinking is not good." "Oh my god, I killed a friend I just met." "Don't think so, Zoltan, he's a wizard. He'll be fine. Geralt comforted him and turned a corridor. The sewers of Vizima were built directly on the ruins of the ancient elven city. There is not much left, but it still works well. Surrounded by sewage and stench, Geralt unexpectedly found a new passage. With the mentality of giving it a try, he walked in. The Igni sign lit the torches on the wall, illuminating the darkness here. The Witcher's keen hearing found that there was a sound of even breathing in the depths of the corridor. Was it him? He walked in carefully, and Zoltan was still sighing behind him, saying something like a drunk wizard couldn't cast spells. As a result, when they reached the end of the passage, they were both stunned. Shenyan was sleeping, to be precise. He was sleeping on the huge corpses of 3 bat-winged demons. He had torn them to pieces, and there was blood and mincemeat everywhere. There were also some left-over corpses of victims scattered around, and the wizard was sleeping soundly on top of the 3 bat-winged demons. His robes were spotless, but his hands were stained with blood. "Mahukin, please," Zoltan said in astonishment. He's fine, Zoltan." Geralt sat down on the ground weakly and laughed. "Fortunately he's fine." "Huh, how did he do it?" Zoltan asked incredulously. He seemed to be trying to find a reasonable answer, while Geralt was much more relaxed than him. He waved his hand, signaling Zoltan to relax. "There are many things that can be done, Zoltan. I think tearing a 3-headed bat-winged demon apart with bare hands after being drunk is included. Well, I think I need to stop drinking for a while. What do you think?" The dwarf nodded and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I will never drink again." No wonder. 3 days later, they drank all night again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, Corpse Infant and Mother. Like I said, Geralt, there are a lot of monsters in the sewers recently. You really should take some commissions. This may make your wallet more comfortable. Listening to the advice from the dwarf, Geralt nodded absent-mindedly. Triss is a good woman. The sorceress doesn't ask for much, but Geralt always buys her things that she can't use every few days out of guilt for saying the wrong thing. It seems that in the face of love, even the Witcher will become confused. To put it simply, he has no money. "Okay, Zoltan, I'll consider it. Do you have any other suggestions?" "No other suggestions, but I've heard a lot of rumors about the sewers recently. Do you want to listen to them?" "Of course, why not?" Zoltan Ziva cleared his throat. It had been a month since their last crazy drunken trip. The official obviously realized that he couldn't get the people in the Wine Tasting Association to stop drinking, so he simply lifted the ban. The tavern reopened, and the business of barrel drinking was really good. Every day, the dwarves can greet drinkers from all over Vizima in the tavern, chat, and brag. Therefore, they have a lot of sources of information. It really is true that the tavern is the best place to collect intelligence. He folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the wall, put on a serious and wise look, and said to Geralt deeply, "First of all, I should introduce you to a respectable lady, Geralt. She is very respected in our local Vizima. Miss Andrea, a sorceress who works free of charge at the St. Lepidus Hospital. In my opinion, she is completely different from those sorceresses with damn magic perfume on them. She doesn't wear low-cut tops, nor does she dress herself up. Miss Andrea basically just wears a black robe." Zoltan's voice was full of respect. "This lady has worked at the St. Lepidus Hospital for 3 years. During these 3 years, she has helped many poor people free of charge. She even prevented an outbreak of the Katrina plague. In my opinion, our king should set up a monument for her, such as the Andrea Bridge or a square, to commend her noble character." Geralt really wanted to tell Zoltan and let him get to the point. Dwarves are often very open-mouthed when they talk about things, from astronomy to geography, from prostitutes' breasts to the artistic talents of university professors. It's good to listen to them when you have nothing to do, but now his main purpose is to find out what is in the sewer. However, Zoltan's progress is very fast. He immediately got to the point. "There is a fellow from the Temple District who often comes to drink with me. Although he lives there, he is not a bad person. He is poor, but his clothes are always clean when he comes. This fellow went to the St. Lepidus hospital because of illness some time ago. He was lucky. He had smoke coming out of his buttocks. It was Miss Andrea who treated him personally. Within a few minutes, his cough and dizziness were cured. My fellow thanked the lady profusely and was about to leave when he heard the conversation between Miss Andrea and another person. What did he hear? Geralt's interest was aroused. He had to admit that Zoltan was indeed a very good storyteller. The dwarf shrugged. I heard that lady yelling at someone else, saying that the city government was a bunch of idiots. The new law allowed 12-year-old girls to get married, which led to a large number of abandoned babies in the temple of the goddess Melancholy. These were sent to the priests. God knows how many were abandoned in orphanages and sewers. You mean, the monsters in the sewers might be dead babies? The Witcher asked cautiously. How should I know? Zoltan made a vulgar gesture. I'm not a Witcher. How can I know so much? This is your profession, Geralt. In addition, I think the people in the city government are simply mentally ill. How can people come up with such a law? Damn, they are simply idiots. The dwarf's emotions also became excited. Although I know that you humans are not considered adults at the age of 55 like us dwarves, but, damn, 12 years old? He shook his head and said nothing more. Ready to go to the sewers, huh? Ha! The water ghost hunter is finally going back to his job. Shenyan teased Geralt with a smile. He knew that Geralt would find some particularly difficult commissions sooner or later because of lack of money. There was no way. It was a consensus among people in the world that demon hunters could not save money. You can't ask a profession that puts its head on the belt to save all the money. After all, they may go to the bank in the morning and die in the afternoon. Who will spend the money then? It may not be killing water ghosts this time. Geralt shook his head and sharpened his silver sword. It's the dead baby. However, according to Zoltan, I have reason to suspect that there may be more terrifying things in the sewers of Vizima. More terrifying than those bat-winged demons? You are not qualified to say that. Geralt laughed dumbly for a while. It's not me who tore them into pieces with my bare hands. Shenyan put down the book in his hand and placed it on the coffee table, then lay back and sighed comfortably on the sofa. He and Geralt temporarily rented an apartment in the Vizima trade district, and the wizard paid for it, so that Geralt would not be homeless. He had not been forgiven by the furious Triss since he was kicked out of the house, and he even complained about it in the tavern. For his behavior, Shenyan could only say that he deserved it. Talking about another woman in another woman's bed, TSK. He was lucky to be alive. Anyway, Geralt, be careful. Shenyan leaned on the sofa, staring at the ceiling, his tone vague. I instinctively feel that this time it won't be good. How bad can it be? Can it be worse than the Bordeaux Manor? Who knows? Then wish me good luck. Geralt nodded at him, wiped the silver sword, and went out fully armed. Very good. Potions, sword oil. Well, maybe I should bring some alchemical bombs. Walking in the dark sewer, Geralt muttered to himself. It is a habit for a man to say a few words when he is commissioned. As mentioned above, the sewers of Vizima are built on the ruins of an elven city. This complex and huge system is simply a living maze. The Witcher bets that even the designer who designed the current sewer system of Vizima could not figure out how many secret passages there are. You know, the gangs like underground facilities the most. I hope there won't be any giant corpse babies or something like that. Geralt joked about his life, and his boots stepped on the moss-covered stone bricks, making a slight treading sound. This time, he was well prepared and seemed calm about the pungent stench. He took some herbs in advance to make his sense of smell easier. The city government's job required him to remove the monsters in the sewers, without requiring the type or price. This was a good thing for Geralt, which meant that he could raise the price. Most people in the city had never seen a water ghost in their lives, let alone a corpse baby with a more terrifying appearance. He estimated that he could earn about 400 orange from this order. With his silver sword already unsheathed, Geralt walked cautiously along the edge. Sewage rolled out of the drainage pipe under his feet, and the noisy sound covered his already tiny footsteps. The corpse babies usually prefer places without light. If they want to go out to hunt, they usually choose to go out at night. This is why Geralt chose to enter the sewer at noon. They would not leave their nests at this time. This also gave him an opportunity. He walked straight along the road and encountered the first problem after a distance. There were 4 roads in front of the Witcher. People often say I give you 3 choices, but I didn't expect there would be a 4th choice today. Out of intuition and his own preferences, Geralt chose the road on the far right. This road is shorter than the other 3. It is a circular cave built of red bricks. It is dark and deep, and there is a sound of dripping water inside. The further he walked in, the more certain the Witcher was that he had come to the right place. There was a unique smell of corpse babies here. Most of these creatures were born from the bodies of babies that were not buried or abandoned. They looked like half-rotten embryos. Hatred and evil drove their appearance to become extremely ugly. Lambert, a fellow wolf school Witcher like Geralt, once had a famous saying specifically for corpse babies: to say that corpse babies are ugly is like saying that shit tastes bad. It's not a lie, but it doesn't fully explain the truth. Geralt whispered Lambert's words, and 3 lavender runes on the silver sword were glittering. He could almost smell their stench, and the hatred of being abandoned. The Witcher understood this feeling. When he knew that he was abandoned by his parents, he had also had similar resentment, but as he grew older, he had long forgotten it. Or was it buried in his heart? Shaking his head, Geralt excluded this meaningless emotion from his heart. He looked up, and on the dirty ceiling of the sewer, there were a dozen unformed babies hanging, exuding a beast-like stench. They were suspended from the ceiling by their umbilical cords, and instinctively chose the posture of being in their mother's belly, curled up and sucking their fingers. His left hand was bent, and the Igni sign was ready. He wanted to drive the magic power to burn most of them to death, and then use the silver sword to finish them off one by one. However, he heard a strange footsteps. What the hell? The magic power dissipated, and Geralt hid silently in the darkness. Dark vision allowed him to see a little firelight coming from the passage ahead. He saw a woman covered in dirt, with disheveled hair, and wearing a tattered long dress walking slowly from the opposite side of the sewer. She didn't light a torch, but she walked in such an environment at ease, even humming a song. She didn't carry any weapons, her hands were folded in front of her belly, and her manners were elegant, but she was dirtier than a beggar. The woman came in front of the corpses, looked up at them, pushed her long hair aside, and her eyes were gentle as if she was looking at her own children. She called softly, "Come on, children, it's time to eat." What is she doing? Is she crazy? Geralt looked at the scene in disbelief and almost immediately wanted to save this crazy woman, but the development of things once again exceeded his expectations. The corpse babies did not hurt her. On the contrary, they woke up from their sleep and climbed onto the woman's body with the cold temperature of the dead. She gently took out a knife and cut her arm. Blood flowed out, but the babies did not move, even though they were monsters that fed on the blood of pregnant women. "Eat, child. It's okay." The woman looked at the corpse baby closest to her arm with gentle eyes, raised her other hand and gently stroked its cold and sticky forehead. "Only when you are full can you have strength, health, and grow up." Then the corpse baby stretched out its tongue and began to lick her, then the second, the third. They swarmed up and licked her carefully. There was no rage of beasts, no instincts of monsters. Geralt stared at everything in front of him in a daze. He didn't know if he saw it wrong, but he always felt that they seemed to be crying. "I'm either crazy or hallucinating," Geralt thought. "There will never be another person in the world who believes what I saw. If I tell Vesemir about this, he will definitely chase me with a sword and throw the monster manual in my face and ask me to rewrite it. I guess he will also scold me for making up stories that bring shame to the professional knowledge of The Witcher." But the key point is Geralt knew very well that he was not hallucinating. His heartbeat was very slow, there was no bad taste in his mouth, and his mind was clear. The badge on his chest did not tremble. He did not inhale hallucinogenic substances, nor was he brought into a fantasy. What does this mean? It means that everything he saw was real. A huge sense of absurdity almost knocked the Witcher to the ground. Real? Is this really possible? The corpse babies are cursed creatures that feed on the blood of pregnant women. They will crawl out of their nests in the middle of the night and go to the nearest pregnant woman's home, driven by crazy hunger. They lurk by the bedside of a pregnant woman, sucking the life force from her and her child while they sleep. The victim will have nightmares for the first few nights, then develop a fever, hallucinations, and become increasingly weak. After a few nights, she will be too weak to protect herself. At this point, the corpse baby will take the initiative to attack, bite into the pregnant woman's body with its sharp fangs, and drink her blood until both mother and child die. This is knowledge written in blood by countless demon hunters, clearly recorded in the library of Kaer Morhen, Monster Manual, number 8 inches, written by Callus from Myrtle. He remembered it clearly. After much hesitation, he took a step forward. There is one more update, 8K today. Chapter 541. Darker than the night. Geralt returned to the apartment in the evening, feeling dazed and stinking. The landlord on the first floor looked at him with disgust. Geralt heard her muttering behind his back, saying something like, how could such a handsome man get involved with mutants? Originally, he was almost immune to such words, but this time, he was furious for some reason. Standing on the stairs to the third floor in silence, the silver sword trembled slightly in the scabbard behind him. An inexplicable anger made him want to turn back and question the landlord who knew nothing, but he didn't do it. The Witcher continued to go upstairs and opened the door. The wizard was still sitting on his sofa reading a book. How? I failed, Geralt said woodenly. To be precise, I gave up. I won't do this commission anymore. What are you talking about? Shenyan frowned and asked. What happened in the sewer? Good question. He pulled off the silver sword and a belt and threw them on the table in the front hall. Geralt pulled a chair over and sat down, lowering his head. Nothing else could be heard in his voice. Can you do me a favor? Make a ball of cold water or something. I want to sober myself up. Shenyan frowned. The local warlock could read minds, and he could do even better, seeing every detail of Geralt's memory, but he would never do that to his friends. So he just snapped his fingers, and a ball of cold water appeared from above Geralt's head, pouring down, soaking him all over, and the water that flowed down disappeared before it could touch the ground and the chair. The demon hunter raised his head, his white hair lying smoothly against his forehead, and the emotion that appeared in the cat's eyes was very familiar to Shenyan. It was pain. Geralt exhaled a long breath. He leaned back on the chair, pursed his lips and asked, "It's like this, suppose there is a patient in front of you, she is dying, and she knows it, but she doesn't want treatment at all, and even plans to give up her life. What would you do?" I personally think that everyone has the right to choose. Shenyan thought for a while, and he replied, so if she wants to die, let her die. Of course, if this person is someone I am close to or familiar with, I will definitely not watch her give up her life like this. It may sound hypocritical to say it, but I think most people would do this. Yeah, but what if you don't know that person at all? The kind that you have no intersection with. This time, Shenyan did not answer him. Tell me. He just looked at Geralt calmly. What exactly happened in the sewer? Who is there? The woman's voice instantly changed from gentle to piercing screams, and the corpse babies screamed with her, almost shattering the demon hunter's eardrums. The silver sword was held in his hand, and the can seal was activated silently, and a layer of shield was put on the outside of his leather armor. Geralt walked out of the darkness, a small flame between two fingers of his left hand, illuminating his face and causing the dead babies to howl again. The woman looked at him warily, looking sane and not crazy at all. A witcher? She stuck out her tongue in disgust. Oh, I see, you came here to kill my children and bring them back for the bounty, right? That's what I did just now, Geralt admitted readily. As for now, I'm more curious about you. The woman laughed meanly, tilting her head back so much that her hair on her forehead spread out. Her dirty face was completely exposed to Geralt's eyes, and at this moment, he noticed that even though the woman's skinny cheeks were sunken and her cheekbones were prominent, she still looked beautiful. Curious about what? Curious about why a crazy woman would feed dead babies underground? She sneered. Mind your own business, Witcher. I advise you to go back now. Back to normal people and civilized society. I won't go back until you tell me why you are doing this. Oh, is that a threat? No, it's just a statement, Geralt told her calmly. You know what the corpse babies are, but you still call them your children. They are my children. The woman suddenly screamed, and her face became hideous in an instant. The corpse babies on her body screamed sharply at the Witcher, and some of them had already stuck out their long tongues. She almost roared at Geralt. "Don't call them that word, them. Do you understand? Damn it, my children are not monsters." The woman became more and more excited, but in the end she did not explode as he expected, but instead cried softly and knelt on the ground sobbing. The corpse babies touched the woman with their foreheads to soothe her emotions. After a while, the woman calmed down. She raised her head, her dirty hair swaying in front of her eyes, and she told Geralt stubbornly, "They are my children." After a moment of silence, Geralt decided not to use any words that might cause her to explode. He turned to ask another question. "Why do you feed them with blood?" "Because they need to eat." The woman looked at Geralt in disbelief, as if he asked someone why they wanted to drink water or something like that. "What are you talking about? Do you know how much damage this will cause to your body?" Geralt decided to tell the truth. "The corpse babies don't just suck your blood, they also suck your vitality. I don't know how long you have been doing this, but you must stop. Otherwise you will die." "I am no different from being dead when I am alive." The woman was holding a corpse baby in her arms. It looked at this mother who was not related to her by blood with its eyes that had not yet opened, quietly, without making any noise. The woman smiled suddenly, and no longer had such great hostility towards the Witcher as before. It seemed that these children could soothe all her pain. "Leave, demon hunter, don't come looking for me again. Just leave me alone," she said in a pleading tone. "At least I can still be with my children." That's it. Geralt took a bottle of beer and drank it all. "I left, but I couldn't convince myself to turn a blind eye to what happened to that woman. What on earth made her like this? She knew she would die if she continued like this. Do I want to watch her die? You know, Geralt, maybe I don't like your ex-girlfriend Yennefer very much, but I have to agree with her evaluation of you." Shenyan smiled helplessly. "You are always good at getting yourself into trouble." He stood up and straightened the collar of his black robe. "Come on, let's get this thing clear." "Get it clear? How to check?" "Of course, use some magician's methods," he said lightly, stretched out his right hand, and a ball of light blue magic was gradually gathering and forming on it, and it turned into a key bit by bit. When it was fully formed, the magician threw the key to Geralt. "What is this?" "The memory key, a little trick that allows you to extract a certain image from your memory, just like using a key to open the door of a vault and take out the things inside." Shenyan made a spinning gesture, signaling Geralt to put the key against his temple. "Think about the face of that woman, and then take that image out. Don't worry, it's very simple. Why don't you do it yourself? This kind of thing should be easy for you." Geralt looked at the key in his hand, but didn't do it right away. "I know you hate mind reading, let alone retrieving memories." The demon hunter laughed and put the key against his temple. The blue key dissipated into mist in the air, dotted with stars, like ice blue fireflies. "Very beautiful." The mist did not disappear, but gradually condensed into a ball as if it had self-awareness, and stayed in front of Geralt's eyes, causing the color of his irises to change. "Relax, Geralt, don't resist," Shenyan patiently instructed him, and the mist began to become staring little by little, until even its shape changed. Geralt looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. The fog became a mirror, and the inside was his perspective. The woman's face was clearly visible in it. "Your magic is really amazing. I have never seen other wizards use such tricks." "This is not considered magic, Geralt, it's just a little trick." "Then, we already know what this lady looks like, and the next thing to do is very simple." Shenyan raised a finger. "But let me say this first, Geralt, I know that you probably want to completely save this lady who just met you a few hours ago, but you are not a god, and neither am I. If a person really wants to die, then we'd better let her fulfill her wish." Of course, her words are obviously full of hidden secrets, so let's start with this aspect. 15 minutes later, Shenyan and Geralt, who had changed their clothes, appeared on the street in the trade district. The wizard was telling the Witcher his speculation in an orderly manner. "You said that she walks gracefully, so we can basically rule out the possibility that she comes from the lower class, and there is no need to look for her in the temple area. Even when she is so thin, her appearance is still beautiful, which means that her family background is not bad. At least her mother must be a beauty. Ugly parents can't give birth to beautiful children. The local saying of Vizima is very suitable here. Geralt listened to his speculation quietly. They walked through the cobblestone path and passed by a noble couple who were out for a walk. The noble lady didn't even blink, completely forgetting her male companion, staring at the wizard, making the male companion's face turn pale. The corpse baby only sucks the blood of pregnant women, which means that the lady is also pregnant now. She calls the corpse baby her own child, and perhaps she has had a miscarriage before. Then, she should be not young. We can temporarily set a wider mark, starting at 25 years old. How about it? I have no objection. Geralt's expression was tense, and he just nodded like a fool. Well, I have no objection. You should at least give me some suggestions. What advice can I give you? The demon hunter spread his hands. What you said is completely beyond my knowledge. I know how to hunt monsters, kill people, bargain, and please women. But I definitely can't do what you just did. Shenyan sighed. Okay, she said, my child is not a monster. Perhaps we can make a bold guess reasonably. She gave birth to a deformed child. You know, most people in the local area are very superstitious. It is reasonable for a deformed child to be called a monster. This kind of thing happened in a noble family. You should know what will happen next. The child will be thrown into the sewer. Correct. This can explain why she was wandering in the sewer all dirty to find her child. However, the question is, under what circumstances will a person give birth to a deformed child? This question can be roughly divided into 3 explanations. Geralt. First, genetic factors. Since the lady is so beautiful, this can be ruled out. Second, the growth environment of the fetus during pregnancy. According to her situation, this can also be ruled out. Third, trauma during childbirth. As above, this can also be ruled out. The wizard and the demon hunter walked along a path, and the wind from the Temeria River blew past, bringing the breath of nature. The evening was no longer hot, and the cool and fresh air, the laughter of the people walking around, and all these did not make Geralt feel relaxed. On the contrary, as the wizard talked, his mood became heavier. Shenyan said calmly, then there is only one explanation left, and it is also the one I don't want to mention. Have you seen those guys who look different from ordinary people when you wander in the countryside? Geralt. Yes. Do they speak incoherently and don't look very smart? Yes. The harm of inbreeding. The nobles are keen to marry their sisters, or even mothers to maintain the purity of their bloodline, but this will only make their offspring have a 70% chance of becoming ugly and demented mentally retarded children, brought into this world, and stared at with strange eyes. What do you mean? Yes, it's what you think. Shenyan nodded. Now, the inference has been made very clear, and it's time to make a summary. The lady is about 25 years old, born into a noble, wealthy merchant or artistic family, and had a miscarriage. At least that's what it was announced to the public. She has been missing for at least 2 months. She has an older brother, or a younger brother. So, maybe we need to go to the city hall. Go to the city hall? Post a notice. Shenyan said to Geralt. Respectfully inform all the respectable gentlemen that I recently took in a lady who had been wandering on the street for many days. Although she is mentally confused, she is still well-mannered and beautiful. It is suspected that she is from a famous family. If anyone in your family is missing, please come to find me. That's it. Then we'll wait. Chapter 542 Gustave La Valette. Normally, Geralt was not the kind of person who waited for job opportunities to come to him. His job was like that. He had to travel all year round, save a little bit of money, and perhaps have a body of wounds that were difficult to heal. However, the situation has changed a little now. I'm sorry, sir, your description does not match the lady we found. Please go back. At least let me take a look at her. The Witcher stepped forward and blocked the door to the inner room, preventing the middle-aged man in a high-collared robe in front of him from entering the room. His tall stature obviously played an advantage at this time, especially the pair of cat eyes that could become emotionless. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, said nothing more, and left honestly. To be honest, I feel like a gangster thug now, just a doorman. After seeing off the last visitor of this morning, Geralt turned around and complained to the mage sitting in the armchair. Shenyan was originally reading today's Vizima newspaper. After hearing his words, he raised his head from the words. He looked Geralt up and down, muttering to himself, "Well, not really." "What did you say?" Shenyan shrugged. "Look, if you really plan to dress yourself up as a gangster, you shouldn't wear this kind of shirt and breeches anymore. I suggest you buy 2 tight shirts, open the collar, and then tattoo your chest." Okay. Geralt interrupted his spell. "I know, but I don't want to be a gangster. Seriously, do you think this will work?" "It's only been a day, Geralt. Be patient. We've met 8 people in this morning. At this rate, we'll find that family sooner or later. But what if they don't come at all?" Geralt came to the living room, and the floor thumped with his boots. He pulled a chair and sat down, then picked up a pot of cold water and drank it all. He coughed twice before continuing. "What if they think that poor woman is a burden and a family disgrace? Wouldn't we lose the clue?" "No." Shenyan shook his head. He said calmly, "There are a total of 43 noble families living in Vizima, and 123 relatively wealthy merchants. Even if the instigator has a guilty conscience and dares not come, I can find them by elimination. Well, I feel much better without using mental tentacles to search for this kind of thing." As he spoke, he lowered his head thoughtfully. "Maybe I did rely too much on them in the past." Geralt rolled his eyes. He had no intention of learning from Shenyan's behavior of improving through reflection. If he had, he would not have been unable to save any money in these years. Afternoon. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, footsteps were heard on the stairs again, and they sounded a little heavy. After a while, there was a knock on their door. The knocker used a lot of force, and the whole door slammed. Geralt stood up and went to open the door. Standing in front of him was an extremely strong man. His shoulders were very broad, and his loose robes were stretched tightly. He had short brown hair, a high nose bridge, and gloomy eyes. At a glance, Geralt concluded that this man had a military background, and a high level. Only people in the army would have such short hair, just to avoid getting heat rash when wearing helmets in the summer. "Excuse me." In contrast to his gloomy expression, the man's words were very polite. "My name is Gustave Lavalette. I noticed the information you posted in the newspapers and various notice boards." He bowed slightly to make himself less intimidating. The man lowered his head and whispered to Geralt, "Can I go in and take a look to confirm whether the poor lady is my missing sister?" "Let him in, Geralt." The Witcher turned slightly to let the man in. He noticed that the guy's black robe was bulging at the waist, and he couldn't help but be alert. Gustave walked into the room and just saw Shenyan, who put down the newspaper and sat in the armchair. The wizard made a gesture to him, asking him to sit down. At the same time, he asked, "Mr. Gustave Lavalette, your last name is very interesting." "It's just a last name, not worth mentioning." Gustave was still calm and humble, and his attitude was very humble. "Sir, I can see that you are a noble like me, right? Sir from the East, I beg you to let me take a look at her." He said a short sentence firmly, "Just one look." "Your request is very reasonable, Mr. Gustave, but I'm afraid that lady is not convenient to see people." Shenyan lied skillfully. "She has been tormenting me and my companions these days. We even asked several maids of the goddess Melitli to come, but she couldn't get better. Goddess bless them. Those maids said that she should not see strangers recently unless she is more sober. However, I can let you take a look at her through the door." Shenyan pointed to a closed door in the house, where there was a small window for delivering food. "In order to deliver food to her, we specially made this small window. You can take a look there and confirm whether it is her." "Thank you," Gustave said hoarsely. Then he stood up and walked towards the door. Geralt found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Gustave was obviously a man who followed the rules. Without any intention of breaking into the room, he stood in front of the door, bent down, and gently opened the low food delivery hole. For a tall man like him, it was not easy to peek into the person inside through this hole. However, he seemed very patient. Gustave observed the woman inside bit by bit and quietly. She huddled in the corner with her back to the door. There was household garbage scattered all over the floor, and some food was spilled on the wall. Her dress was dirty, as was her black hair. She hugged her thin shoulders and huddled in the small corner like a baby. When Gustave stood up again, He could hardly stand completely. This man as strong as a mountain breathed heavily and quickly, like a furnace, a shaking furnace. Geralt saw his expression, and without saying anything, the Witcher understood a lot in an instant. "It's her," Gustav said in a low voice with a pale face. "Sir, I'm sure, that's my sister." He forced a smile and maintained the most basic politeness. Without saying anything, he reached for his bulging waist. What he pulled out was not a weapon, but a full purse. Judging from the size, Geralt conservatively estimated that it was at least 600 orens. If it was just to find someone, the reward was quite generous, but Gustav did not stop there. He solemnly handed the purse to Shenyan with both hands, and regardless of whether he took it or not, he continued, "There is more money, sir. I will give you whatever you want. I only have one request." His attitude was very humble and sincere. There was almost nothing to complain about. Moreover, Gustav had this confidence. His surname was the source of his confidence. He could afford to give this Oriental man any amount of money, and he also believed that the other party was not a person who did not know the current situation. "I can't meet your request, Mr. Gustav." Facing the purse he handed over, Shenyan shook his head. Regardless of Gustav's expression, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the door was knocked open with a bang. Gustav looked back, and there was no one inside. The food residue and the marks on the wall had all disappeared. The room was now neat and clean. Gustav's voice was trembling. "What is this?" "It's just a trick. Your sister is still feeding the corpse baby with her own blood in the sewer." "Corpse, corpse, corpse." Gustav's face became even paler, and he couldn't even say a complete word, which was extremely funny. Now Shenyan made a gesture. "Sit down, Mr. Gustav. I think you should have a lot to say." After listening to Gustav's story, Geralt had only one thought in his mind. "You nobles are really good at playing." He is not a traditional demon hunter. In his career, he has dealt with many sorceresses and kings, and naturally knows how low those who claim to be of noble blood are. But this may be the first time that Geralt feels that his evaluation of them is biased. What Gustav's family did to him and his sister was simply beastly. The nobles wanted to keep their blood pure, so they would choose some less secular and less moral ways to ensure that each generation would have a pure blood heir. Gustav Lavalette and his sister were chosen to take on this responsibility. The real situation is actually another matter. The surname Lavalette belongs to the current King Foltest of Temeria, and Geralt met him once in 1256. But that is another story. But we have another story to tell about King Foltest. He is an incurable lecher, and his private life was extremely chaotic when he was still a prince. He fell in love with his own sister, and wanted to marry her to become queen after the old king died. For this reason, he even rejected the marriage contract with the Redanian royal family. This matter was strongly dissatisfied by his mother and the nobles. However, Foltest insisted on his own way. The ending was naturally not very good. His sister died of dystocia, and the child was born as stillborn baby. Foltest buried the two in the sarcophagus in the crypt of the Temeria Palace. After the funeral, 7 years passed without incident until one night of a full moon. Suddenly, the palace was filled with roars and screams, and chaos broke out. The dead baby grew up in the sarcophagus and turned into a vampire bird. Then, there was the story of the Witcher's arrival. Because of Foltest's actions, the blood purity of the Lavalette family was broken. As the king and the most prominent person in the family, he could not give birth to a pure child. Therefore, the elders in the Lavalette family set their sights on Gustav's branch. Gustav did not love his sister. I mean, there was no love between men and women. He was a normal person and an upright person. He had always wanted to join the army since he was young, and he had been working hard for it. His sister also had someone she liked. But the night before Gustav joined the army, something changed forever. He and his sister were drugged. The magic elixir specially provided by the warlock has been proven to be extremely effective after 100 years of verification. The next morning, Gustav woke up with a splitting headache and was already in the military camp. He had no idea what had happened. It was not until he retired and returned home that he found that his sister was missing. The family was even in a panic. Under his repeated questioning, those people told him the whole truth. At first, Gustav wanted to commit suicide, But later, he changed his mind. Even if he had to die, he had to take his sister back before dying. He grew up with a normal education and could not accept such a thing at all. After returning from the army, he learned that he and his sister had a child at some point, and the child was a deformed child. The deformed child was thrown into the sewer. His sister became mentally ill for 3 years because of this and ran away from home on a rainy night. His father died of a heart attack because of this, but Gustav never went to his grave to pay tribute. At this time, this strong man sat on the sofa, his eyes full of tears, his shoulders trembling. I don't forgive him, never. He completely ruined our lives for a stupid thing, a tragic story. Geralt shook his head sympathetically, crossing his arms over his chest. The Witcher stood in a relaxed position, but his heart was heavy. He glanced at Shenyan's face and knew that the latter was not very happy, but what could they do? This was a mess, and it was a family matter. I'm done, sir. Gustav sat on the sofa with his head down. After saying this, he didn't say a word. Shenyan sighed and complained silently in his heart that the Middle Ages were too feudal. You should at least make some capital, especially since this is a magical Middle Ages. No wonder that woman could get close to the corpse babies. In her abnormal mind, she probably regarded all the corpse babies as her own children. This reaction made the corpse babies also regard her as their mother. Stand up, Mr. Gustav, go home, get a sword, and wear a leather armor that is convenient for movement. We will meet at the entrance of the Vizima sewers at 3 o'clock. He gestured and said briefly, it's time to bring your sister back. My friend has a commission that he hasn't completed yet. I'd rather not do that commission, Geralt said. The next chapter is expected to be updated in the evening. The store is hosting a banquet, so I'll go over to help. Chapter 543, Sewer Trip. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gustav La Valette arrived at the entrance of Vizima's sewers on time wearing a brand new leather armor. He was holding a steel sword in his hand, which was obviously just bought from the blacksmith's shop. The ribbon at the end of the sword that the blacksmiths used to identify themselves was not even removed. He paced anxiously at the door, ignoring the strange looks from others. Gustav had only one thought in his mind. He hoped they would come quickly. Shenyan and Geralt did not disappoint him. In fact, just 2 minutes after Gustav paced, he was patted on the shoulder. Geralt, carrying a silver sword, and a wizard in a black robe stood behind him. You are well prepared, Mr. Gustav, but I hope you can still have some courage. Of course I do, sir. Gustav patted his chest excitedly, and the leather armor clattered when he patted it. I hope so. Shenyan nodded to him, and the three of them stepped into the deep sewer. In the first 20 minutes, they could still use the torches on the walls on both sides of the road as a light, but after entering the intricate depths of the Vizima sewers, there was nothing. There was only darkness, and unknown sounds coming from the depths of darkness. It was subtle, but it was enough to make people feel uneasy. Gustav, a retired soldier, was also scared. In fact, those who dare to step into the depths of darkness need more than just courage. Gustav was very scared, and his legs were shaking slightly, especially when he thought of the scene of his sister feeding the corpse baby with blood. He was even more scared. However, something else made him still move forward. How far are we, Geralt? Shenyan asked. He walked at the end of the team, looking leisurely and contented. It looked like he was on a picnic. Not far, the demon hunter replied. He walked in the front, holding the silver sword in his left hand. There is still a little distance left. I hope you can stay calm, Mr. Gustav. I will try my best, gentlemen. Unlike before, Gustav even stuttered. He walked in the middle of the team. The footsteps of the wizard and the witcher echoed together, mixed with the echoes from the deep darkness. Geralt did not lie, nor did he have the idea of exaggerating the facts. There was indeed only a little distance left. They followed the witcher in the intricate maze of sewers, and soon arrived at the place where Geralt had found the lady. It seems that she walked very cautiously. Geralt stood in the passage, looking at the sticky traces left by the corpse babies above the ceiling, and nodded to Shenyan. As expected. What are you talking about? Gustav looked at them blankly, his hands tightly grasping the sword. From the moment he came to this sewer, fear began to take root in his heart. The experience in the army did not help with such things. He was trained to fight against humans. not monsters. Corpse babies. Gustav chewed on this word and felt that he was about to breathe. A terrifying guess emerged in his heart. What if one of those corpse babies was his child? Your sister is very alert, Mr. Gustav. Shenyan turned around and said to him, she was discovered once, so she just changed her location. He shrugged. It's unfortunate, but we probably have to stay here for a while. Gustav didn't pay attention to this question. He asked with a pale face, She ran away? Can we find her? Don't worry. There is a master of traceology here. Shenyan smiled and pointed at Geralt. The latter rolled his eyes at his joke. I don't know what a master of traceology is. I only know how to find a little clue in a complex environment. He squatted down, raised his left hand, and a flame emerged between his index finger and thumb, illuminating the floor. Geralt carefully examined the traces, and after a while, he stood up. How is it? Did you find anything? Gustav asked impatiently. Your sister is really an extraordinary lady, Geralt said to him with a strange look on his face. She even knows how to cover her footprints. Ah, Gustav covered his forehead in pain. It must be because of the hide-and-seek game I played with her when we were kids. What kind of hide-and-seek game can have such an effect? It can also teach her to cover her footprints. This is a skill that only hunters and scouts in the army know. The Witcher was even more puzzled. I always wanted to join the army, so my butler when I was a child was a retired scout. He taught me and my sister many skills. Hide-and-seek is both a game and an exam. Gustav pursed his lips and answered, looking regretful. Can't we find her? Gustav asked in a trembling voice with the last glimmer of hope. We can find her, Geralt told him in a firm tone. He walked forward and rubbed the wall with his right-hand fingers. There were some tiny scratches on it. Your sister may know how to hide her footprints and traces, but those corpse babies don't. Geralt said so, and extinguished the fire in his hand. They continued to move forward along those horrible traces. Along the way, Gustav's fear was getting worse little by little. He couldn't understand what the creature that could leave these traces could look like. Besides, the word corpse baby sounded very evil. In contrast, he had a stronger desire to take his sister back. Just thinking about how she would get along with these things made Gustav shudder. Stop! Geralt suddenly raised his hand and signaled them to stop. The Witcher looked solemnly at the darkness ahead, his cat eyes gleaming in the darkness. Gustav also stretched his neck to look forward, but he could not see anything. He was just a human after all. What did you find, Mr. Geralt? He asked. The expression of the Batwing demon Witcher could almost be called gloomy, although no one could see it in the darkness. He may not have killed them all last time. There is another Batwing demon nest ahead. It's really strange that there are so many Batwing demons here. What kind of weird things are there in the sewers of Vizima? Geralt walked forward and picked up a skull from the ground. There were traces of gnawing on it. It looked like 2 long teeth pierced the bones. I only killed 3 last time. Shenyan shrugged. Who knows how many there are? Well, maybe Regis should come at this time. High-level vampires should be able to command these low-level creatures, right? Yes, but we don't have time to find him now. It's okay. Shenyan shook his head calmly. I have a way. A blue light emerged from the darkness, and Gustav looked at everything in front of him in shock. He originally thought that this Oriental man was a noble who traveled here from afar, but now it seems that his idea is simply wrong. That calm attitude does not come from his bloodline, but from his power. Shenyan raised his right hand, where a blue light was slowly blooming. In a few seconds, it was shaped into a whistle from nothing, and the wizard put it to his mouth and blew it. No sound came out of it. Gustav watched this scene with bated breath. He didn't know what would happen next, but Geralt pulled him behind him as if he had predicted the future. A round orange shield completely enveloped him and Gustav. Don't scream, Geralt whispered to him. The next second, a sharp roar came from the darkness deep in the sewer. Moreover, it seemed that something was flapping its wings and flying towards them. Gustav couldn't see it, but he could hear the sound of them flying. Not one, not two, but a group. Shenyan stepped forward and stood leisurely in front of the Witcher and Gustav. The blue light disappeared, replaced by a soft white light source rising from behind him, which illuminated everything and allowed Gustav to see everything. 1, 2, 3, He saw with trembling eyes 7 monsters in total. They squatted on the ground obediently, bowing before the man. The smallest of them was the size of a calf, and one of them was even bigger than him. They had no eyes, and a big mouth occupied 3/4 of the size of their faces, which was full of fangs. Their bodies were bald, showing a bloodless and cold appearance. Just one look made Gustav almost sit on the ground. "Mr. Gustav, you should take a good look at their appearance. This is a very strange scene." Geralt's bad taste began to work again. He said to Gustav, "You should know that bat-winged demons mainly use their teeth and claws to fight. Their attack method is quite crazy. They will not care about any attack on themselves. They only know to attack the enemy blindly, and they will not stop even if the enemy is dead. Even the smallest bat-winged demon is powerful enough to deal with a well-trained soldier. I have seen a bat-winged demon attacking a human army. 15 well-trained soldiers were torn to pieces by it in 3 minutes. The demon hunter saw Gustav's fear with satisfaction, and then saw something that surprised him even more. He found that although Gustav was afraid, there was another emotion emerging from his face. Gustav gasped. She lives in such an environment, with these things? Damn it, what on earth did they do to make her fall into this situation? Ignoring the small noise coming from behind, Shenyan took a step forward. He stroked the largest bat-winged demon, and his fingers slid across its forehead, cutting its forehead like a sharp scalpel. Blood flowed out, and the bat-winged demon still knelt there as if it knew nothing. "Very good, then, go." Shenyan nodded to them. "Search for traces, but don't let her find out. After the task is completed, commit suicide." He casually issued a task that the bat-winged demons would never understand with their intelligence, but these brainless creatures carried it out loyally, and they soon disappeared into the darkness again. "Now, just wait." Shenyan turned around and spread his hands to the 2 of them. "If you ask me, Geralt, you really should stop your bad taste." "What?" The demon hunter still wanted to play dumb, but it didn't work at all. The wizard shook his head. "You are indeed very proficient in memorizing the monster manual, but you should have seen Mr. Gustav's expression right now. Didn't you notice that he is about to faint?" Chapter 544 Bad Taste. Shenyan knew very well how a person behaves when he is afraid. In fact, fear is a very normal thing. When you are a child, you are afraid of the dark and sleeping alone, and of course, the horror stories told by your father. When you grow up, you are afraid of not growing tall, being bullied, and failing your homework. However, after adulthood, fear becomes some specific words that even sound like they make people feel discouraged. Responsibility, poverty, work. Everyone is afraid of something. They are afraid of these things, and they don't like these things. As for Gustav now, Shenyan felt that he probably wanted to escape from this damn sewer immediately. He was scared to death. Shenyan could see this from his face and his shaking legs, from the back of his hands with bulging veins, and from his rapid breathing. The wizard looked at the man in the dark with a smile. There is one thing he won't say clearly, but he knows it very well. His evil taste is no less than that of the demon hunter. 7 bat-winged demons flew at a very fast speed in the maze-like sewer. Their unique physiological structure allows these terrifying creatures to move freely in the dark, and nothing can stop them from hunting. In fact, in the bat-winged demon's sensitive sense of smell, the stench of the corpse babies is extremely obvious. They don't even need to bother looking for them. Just a light sniff can find the location of these little things. In the past, they would not hunt corpse babies. That is not their diet. But now, they have become puppets without self-awareness, and there is only one task left in their simple, almond-sized brains. "Are you afraid, Mr. Gustav?" Shenyan suddenly asked. The voice was calm and sounded very powerful, and so was Gustav. His breathing became smoother. "I am afraid, sir, I am afraid," Gustav admitted, very happily. "But compared to them, I am more afraid of seeing my sister's cold body." La Validity, what a noble surname. Shenyan suddenly talked about something else, and his tone made Gustav instinctively feel uncomfortable. The word he used to describe the surname La Validity was noble, but his tone was full of sarcasm and even contempt. "I remember that nobles like you often say that they swear by their surnames. This shows that the surnames of nobles are very important to them." "Mr. Gustav, Do you think the surname Lavality is important to you? Or, let me put it another way, do you think it makes you proud? What a strange question. Gustav's already confused brain was further confused by Shenyan's question. He leaned against the cold wall of the sewer, smelled the stench, and replied with a pale face, I don't understand what you mean, sir. Your surname has tarnished your identity as a retired soldier. You violated the most basic moral code of people without knowing it. You and your sister had a deformed child. Because of this, your sister went crazy and your father died of a heart attack. Tell me, Mr. Gustav. Suddenly, a sense of oppression came. Gustav looked up and saw a pair of blue eyes shining in the darkness, as dazzling as the fragments of stars, but it almost made his heart stop. Do you hate it or love it? Gustav was silent. He did not answer. Sometimes, silence is an answer. Geralt watched all this. He didn't know what Shenyan wanted to do, and why he suddenly brought up such an unsettling topic. Out of instinct, the Witcher's back began to itch. He felt as if something was about to happen. Silence dominated the darkness, and only the sound of breathing echoed in the passage. After a while, a bat-winged demon came back, the size of the calf. It flapped its wings and knelt at the feet of the wizard. The mouthful of fangs opened, and blood foam gushed out. Its body began to twitch, and its muscles jumped wildly, jumping like a bullfrog with its head cut off. After a while, it died completely. The body began to stiffen, the blue light came on again, and its body turned into a pool of ash after a few seconds. They found your sister, Mr. Gustav, Shenyan said. 12 minutes later, they came to an empty platform. This seemed to be the place reserved by the elves who built the city at that time for the sewer maintenance workers to settle down. There were also some crates covered with spider webs and full of cracks. A hazy light sprinkled down from the broken bricks on the top of the platform. Geralt's good eyesight allowed him to see the elven words engraved on the crates, which made him secretly astonished. Can't ordinary boxes be preserved for so long? The craftsmanship of the elves is really amazing. In the center of this platform, a woman was lying. The corpse babies lay around her, guarding her like lifeless statues. Above their heads, the remaining 6 bat-winged demons were hanging upside down from the ceiling. Shenyan snapped his fingers, a puff of dust fell, and the bat-winged demons had disappeared. The dead babies and Gustav's unconscious sister were lying on the platform. She was breathing steadily, unaware of what was about to happen. Gustav looked at his sister and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Go, Mr. Gustav, Shenyan whispered behind him. Go and save her. Gustav did as he was told. He took the first step, then the second. His stiff knees and muscles that became difficult to move made his walking movements look extremely funny. The dead babies surrounding his sister made him even more nervous. Just looking at their purple skin and umbilical cords on the ground almost made Gustav faint. The 5th step, the 6th step. Gustav approached her little by little. He called softly, Anna. The woman didn't answer, so Gustav called again. Still no response. He began to unconsciously think of the worst. And at this moment, the woman he called Anna opened her eyes. The next second, she began to scream. The corpse babies opened their eyes one after another. Geralt's pupils shrank. He wanted to rush forward immediately, but Shenyan stopped him halfway. Don't worry. The wizard shook his head calmly. Let's wait and see. Gustav had no idea what they were talking about. In fact, his mind was blank, and he only had the most basic instinctive reaction. He called his sister with a trembling voice. It's me, Anna. Gustav, don't you remember? The woman still didn't answer. She used her hands and feet to crawl to the back. She didn't feel the intimacy of seeing her brothers at all, but pure fear. The corpse babies followed her, and their umbilical cords dragged on the ground, leaving a series of squirming wet traces. They grinned and screamed at Gustav. What's going on? Is she mentally ill? Geralt asked Shenyan, who was standing aside softly. He knew that the wizard was not the kind of cold-blooded person who would watch innocent people die, so he was very confused by his behavior of not helping. Maybe. Shenyan nodded without comment. But I am more inclined to believe that Mr. Gustav did not tell us the truth. I did not find any doubt in his narration. Me too, Geralt. But I doubt everything. Not to mention that although Mr. Gustav claimed that he had retired, He is still very young. Why would a strong man who was doing well in the army retire? He was not injured and had won so many honors in the army. Shenyan turned his head and smiled at Geralt. Also, as far as I know, Vizima is located in the south, all plains and hills. The scouts in their army cannot be taught the so-called hiding traces method. What do you mean? He may be a spy or something like that. Of course, I also doubt whether he is. After all, Mr. Gustav's appearance and figure are too conspicuous, which is not suitable for intelligence work. The demon hunter quickly went over the story told by Gustav in his mind. This time, he still did not find any doubtful points. All the questions raised by Shenyan had other explanations. They could be explained, but because of this, Geralt became suspicious. The whole story was too perfect. Don't come over. Get out of here. I don't even know you. The woman called Anna screamed and ran away, which was completely different from her calmness when she saw Geralt before. Of course, it might be because she was woken up from her sleep. In short, the reactions of the corpse babies became more intense as her emotions fluctuated, and many of them had arched their backs. That was a sign of an imminent attack. Gustav obviously understood this. He swallowed his saliva, and blurted out anxious words. Oh my God, Anna, calm them down. It's me, Gustav. Have you really forgotten me? His voice was very loud. Anna paused, her face filled with confusion. Gustav? Yes, Gustav. Gustav La Valette. La Valette's surname seemed to trigger something, causing the face of the woman called Anna to suddenly twist. She screamed again. This time, her voice was full of hatred. La Valette, you still won't let me go? Ah! Shenyan clapped his hands happily, and he laughed like a child who spent an afternoon solving a riddle. You see, Geralt, I knew it wasn't that simple. Oh, it's your turn. He shrugged with a rather nonchalant attitude. Those corpse babies seemed to be about to pounce on him and eat him. The witch rolled his eyes at him. Do I have a bad taste? You really have no idea at all. He drew out his silver sword, threw the scabbard on the ground, and rushed forward like a gust of wind. There are still 2 chapters. Chapter 545 Bad Taste. The blade cut through the air, and the sound of the blade breaking through the air was extremely pleasant to Geralt's ears. He liked this sound, but he liked another sound even more. That is, the sound of steel cutting through flesh. The first corpse was completely cut open by him, and the runes on the silver sword played their due role. Combined with the cursed oil that had been applied early in the morning, this not-so-outstanding silver sword exerted an extremely terrifying power. The skin of the corpses hissed when the silver sword burned them, and the rotten bones and flesh were burned red in an instant. But the feel was not very good. If Geralt were to say, he felt like he was cutting a cowhide boot, which felt quite hard and very thick. Go to the back, Mr. Gustav. We will deal with your matter later. By the way, I don't know. Geralt even had a mind to interrupt. He dodged a corpse baby's pounce in the gap between words. Are you lying? If so, then your acting is really great. Gustav hid in the back with a pale face, not wanting to talk to him. He watched the Witcher kill all the corpse babies in 3 minutes like cutting melons and vegetables, and the woman was still screaming. She huddled in the corner and trembled. Geralt waved the silver sword in annoyance, letting the blood spill from the sword. He felt sorry for the woman, but he didn't like the sound of her screams. But that was a natural reaction, just like it would rain. So Geralt said nothing. Come on, it's your turn, Mr. Gustav. Shenyan appeared behind him without knowing when, and patted his shoulder with his hand. This familiar scene made Gustav's blood almost stiff. He turned around and looked at the Oriental man's black eyes emitting blue light, and fear rose in his heart again. A few hours ago, you told us a wonderful story, and now, I hope to hear a more wonderful one. Gustav's name has not changed. He is still called Gustav La Valette, but his identity is different. He is no longer Anna's brother, but her seller. To be honest, this title actually surprised Geralt. As we all know, slavery was abolished hundreds of years ago. First, because people can't even support themselves. It is impossible to have money to raise slaves. Second, the world was not peaceful at that time. 1 out of every 5 newborns may be a natural spellcaster. There have been many records in history that slave owners were killed by lightning or fireballs. In addition, with the spread of the belief in the goddess Melitli. This belief in the goddess who hopes that people will move towards truth, goodness and beauty without asking for reward soon became popular among the entire human group and even the world. In some places where the social atmosphere is strict, let alone stealing, even swearing will be regarded as a person of low morals. In this day and age, there are still people who think they can be the master of others. Geralt's mind was a little confused. The sincerity that Gustav had shown before made him instinctively feel that something was wrong. This didn't make sense. He acted perfectly. Compared to the Witcher who was full of questions, Shenyan was much calmer. Well, actually not very calm. He didn't use mind reading on Gustav, nor did he look through his memories. At least not now. So this plot of unraveling the truth bit by bit and discovering the completely opposite facts made him feel quite strange. So this is what it feels like to be immortal, the wizard thought. At this moment, Gustav was sitting on the ground with a pale face, speaking very quickly about a series of facts. This was not the first time he had done this. This was a fairly large human trafficking organization. They sold from the south to the north, and from the north to the south, with a tight structure, and the members were either rich or noble. Gustav did have a military background, and did share the same surname as the current king of Temeria, but both were discounted. His father was a remote branch of the La Valette family, with the title of baron and a small territory. His military career lasted less than a year before he was forced to retire, because he wanted to inherit his father's business. The old baron also did this, with a large number of retired veterans in the army, and even 3 former intelligence organization members. Gustav was trained by them for 3 years after returning home, and now he is a member of this huge organization. Scavenger. Going back and forth between various cities, he is responsible for cleaning up those escaped slaves. Shenyan noticed that Geralt's eyes were becoming more and more dangerous as Gustav described. He knew his friend very well and knew what kind of character he was. In fact, Geralt's brain structure can be explained: 30% of sense of justice, 20% of wine, and 30% of enthusiasm for his lovers. As for the remaining 20%, that is his profession. Geralt is definitely not a qualified demon hunter. He has not received money for commissions more than once, and has done some rebellious things more than once because of a sense of justice. That's why he became Shenyan's friend. Don't worry, Geralt, Shenyan said softly. Mr. Gustav may be a jerk, but he is still a noble. You should not have forgotten the strange question I asked him. I remember, Geralt answered for Gustav, and at the same time, he raised the cold silver sword and placed it on Gustav's throat. The demon hunter with cold eyes asked, "Are you proud of your last name, Mr. Gustav? Does it make you proud?" "Wait, don't kill me first," Gustav screamed, as if someone had grabbed his throat. He dared not move, and said stiffly, "I know I deserve to die, I know it clearly, gentlemen, but I was born in this family, I grew up eating the food of the La Valette family. What my father asked me to do, can I disobey him?" He tried to defend himself with pale words. "Listen, gentlemen, I'm just a small person. The king's family has so many branches, and I am just the most insignificant one of them. Think about it, gentlemen. There must be a bigger mission behind me, don't you think? If you kill me, you won't be better." "Mr. Mage," Gustav said loudly to Shenyan, "I apologize for my stupidity before. I didn't realize you were a wizard until we were in the sewer. But it doesn't matter, as long as you are a wizard. I know several gentlemen from the Warlock Brotherhood, and they are wizards just like you. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can introduce you to them. I can even provide you with money. As long as you don't kill me, research materials, venues, funds, everything I can give you. Compared to these, I actually want to know another thing, Mr. Gustav," Shenyan asked softly. "Research materials, venues, funds. Where did you get all of this money?" He raised his hand and pointed at the woman who was still huddled in the corner of the square. His name was unknown, but Gustav called her Anna. The blue light in his eyes lit up again. Gustav crawled back trembling all over. "You used them to make a profit." Shenyan walked towards him. "How about this? I'll ask you the second question. As long as you can answer it, I'll let you go. How about that?" "You call her Anna, I don't care if this is her real name or not, I just want to know, where did you bring her to Vizima? In other words, where is the origin of this commodity in your eyes? Shenyan asked with a smile. Gustav did not answer. Geralt walked out of the room indignantly, still smelling of the sewer. The woman lying in the room, who he had carried into the room with his own hands, was clean and sleeping. The Witcher was silent for a while, and sat on Shenyan's sofa without saying a word. "Oh, don't be like this, Geralt," Shenyan sighed. "I have no objection to you sitting in my seat, but you have to at least take a shower and change your clothes." "I can't believe it," Geralt said coldly. 1263. In the damn year of 1263, this is still Vizima in Temeria. How could such a thing happen? These beasts. You have to believe it even if you don't want to. The wizard shrugged and simply pulled over a chair and sat down. He was the kind of person who would never stand if he could sit down. "Mr. Gustav's words are true. You should not have forgotten what I did to him afterwards. Next time if you use that kind of spell, at least notify me and don't let me see it." "What's wrong?" Geralt's lips moved a few times before he uttered a sentence. "If you want the dead to speak, you should at least let his fragmented head glued together." God. His jaw was broken into 3 pieces, but he can still move. "It's strange that you feel uncomfortable. You are Demon Hunter." "Yes, Demon Hunter." Geralt emphasized the pronunciation. "Demons, not humans. Where have I seen such a scene?" Shenyan shook his head. "Anyway, let's settle this lady down first. I know someone who should be able to help her." "Who?" "You have seen this person before." Shenyan stood up from the chair and walked to the door of the apartment. Geralt heard slight footsteps, and then the wizard opened the door. A woman whose appearance had changed but was still recognized by him stood in front of the door, wearing the same black robe as Shenyan. "My apprentice, Andrea." He smiled and turned to let Andrea in. "Come on, Andrea. There is a poor lady here who urgently needs your help." "What's next?" the Demon Hunter asked. "After that, we will be busy afterwards." "Geralt, didn't you hear what Gustav said? Their footprints are all over the world." "There is another chapter." Chapter 546 Reunion. "It's a miracle that she's fine," Andrea said incredulously. "Except for malnutrition and mental stimulation, this lady didn't suffer any harm." "Teacher, didn't you say that she stayed with a group of dead babies?" "Yes, what about her?" "Maybe it's because she really regarded those dead babies as her own children." Shenyan smiled, and he didn't tell Andrea the truth he got from Gustav's memory. This woman had miscarriages, more than once. As for the reason, thank you, Andrea. I hope this won't disturb your work. He patted the apprentice's shoulder and motioned her to come out with him. Andrea smiled embarrassedly, and when she smiled, a shallow dimple would appear on her lips. "It's just that I'm not very busy today, teacher." "But I just heard you say that you are going to travel around the world with this Mr. Geralt." "Not traveling around the world," Shenyan corrected her words. "To be precise, it's killing people all over the world." He was satisfied to see that his apprentice's expression suddenly became weird. "Good, that's it." Shenyan finally understood why the Ancient One liked to leave things unsaid. That night, they met up with Regis in the Barrel of Drinking. For some reason, Geralt always felt that the old vampire's face had turned much paler. When he asked this question, Regis smiled awkwardly. "Well, Geralt, although high-level vampires will do the kind of things you like, I am not one of them. Many years ago, I completely gave up that kind of dissolute lifestyle. And my friend is not an old lover, but just an old friend. Moreover, even if we want to do it, our energy is much better than that of humans." "It seems that some people judge others by their own standards," Shenyan said sarcastically. "What about your face?" Geralt seemed very persistent about this question. "It doesn't seem to be my illusion, Regis. Your face has really turned a lot paler." After his repeated questioning, Regis finally reluctantly spit out the truth. "Well, it's just because I gave her some of my blood." "What does this behavior mean?" "Higher vampires don't suck each other's blood, but they can draw strength from blood. She helped me once, and I owe her a favor, so I have to repay her in this way." "This is the first time I've heard of this." Geralt nodded thoughtfully, raised the beer in the glass and drank it all. Today's barrel drinking is particularly lively, which seems to be related to Zoltan's new batch of Vizima champions. Although this kind of wine is named after Vizima, It is not a wine that can be drunk frequently in the local area. Just behind Geralt's table, a group of sailors who came from afar stepped on the table and sang loudly. "Oh, passionate siren." One of the young men had a particularly loud voice. "She took my heart, took my body, and finally took my life." A group of them jumped on the table, making the sturdy table shake. If it were in other places, such behavior might be cursed by the boss, but here, Zoltan wanted to join in. The dwarf even clasped his hands and tapped his feet to the beat for them, and he was very happy. Falling in love with the sea, there will be no good results. The young man ended with a high note. Geralt couldn't tell what song it was, but he nodded. The Witcher turned around and said to Shenyan and Regis, "Do you two know that there are more monsters in the sea that pretend to hunt humans?" "Oh?" Geralt began his story. "It was a small coastal country called Blimwood, where I met a duke. His name was Agruval, and he was the ruler there. This duke had a special taste. He didn't like people with two legs, but fell in love with a mermaid he met while sailing." The Witcher told the two of them very seriously and solemnly, "It was a real mermaid." He raised a finger. The Duke wanted to convince her to come to the land and live with him. However, he didn't understand the ancient language and couldn't communicate with his lover. "So he found me." Geralt proudly puffed out his chest and put on a happy look. He picked up the thick wine glass in front of him and took a big sip. The taste of the Vizima champion obviously made him very comfortable. "The Duke entrusted me to communicate with the mermaid named Sienaz. I must say that communicating with her was not a pleasant experience. She cursed the Duke in the sea for being a stingy man who was unwilling to make changes for her and come to the sea to live with her, and the Duke also cursed her on the boat. On the one hand, I have to translate her words into a less violent common language and tell the Duke, and on the other hand, I have to worry about whether I will laugh, because Sienaz said that every time the Duke enjoyed a happy time with her on the reef, the rocks would always wear out her scales, and she didn't like the Duke's time." Geralt coughed, looked at Regis who was holding back his laughter, and said seriously, "Laugh if you want to laugh. Regis, don't you see that the wizard over there has been smiling?" The vampire finally laughed out loud. "In short, I must say that it was not a pleasant conversation. The same was true for all three of us. After that, I stayed there for a while and discovered that there was an aquatic race living on the seabed near the coast. They also mastered the skills of forging metals, and everyone had weapons. They were responsible for several strange deaths among local pearl divers. It happened that the Duke was very worried about this matter. Under the influence of failed love, he was so angry that he planned to attack the underwater race. I had to go again to prevent the outbreak of war. No matter what, I didn't want to see war sweeping away people's peaceful lives." "What happened in the end?" Zoltan, who appeared at their table at some point, shouted impatiently. "Tell me, Geralt, hurry up. Did they end up together?" "Don't be impatient, Zoltan." Geralt raised his hand slowly and took a sip of the champion of Vizima, keeping the secret. "Of course, at the last moment when the war broke out, Sienaz appeared. She gave up her tail, used magic to turn herself into a human, walked barefoot towards her lover with red eyes, and agreed to her proposal." Regis and Zoltan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "Since you told a good story, Geralt, I will give you a bill tonight." Zoltan patted his chest proudly, but was rejected by Shenyan. "Goodbye, Zoltan. We are leaving tomorrow, and it would be a bit sorry to let you treat us again." Hearing this, the dwarf widened his eyes. "What did you say?" His voice even drowned out the combined volume of everyone in the tavern for a while. For updates tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Farewell Party. How long have you been in Vizima? You're leaving now? Zoltan said incredulously. The dwarf sounded very disappointed, but due to his thick beard, it was difficult for Geralt to carefully distinguish what he was thinking now. Some things have to be done, Zoltan. Shenyan lowered his head, looked at him calmly, and raised his glass to Zoltan. Vizima is a good place, but it's a pity that there is not much need for demon hunters and idle mages here. The tavern was noisy again, and only Zoltan seemed very depressed. Dwarves are always like this. He moved a high chair, jumped on the chair, and asked the staff in the store to bring him a huge wooden barrel from the basement. It was about the same thickness as his waist and longer than him. Zoltan stroked the barrel with his hand and said slowly, "This is the origin of my store's name, gentlemen. Drinking from a big barrel. I haven't done this for 2 years. It's filled with dwarven liquor from Mahakam." Geralt's eyes widened instantly. Dwarven liquor? This stuff is used for alchemy. Even the dwarves themselves don't drink it every day. This stuff is strong enough to make a rock troll drunk. Zoltan knocked the lid of the wooden barrel with his fist proudly, opened it, and the strong aroma that was so strong that it made the nose uncomfortable immediately emanated. He took a heavy wooden wine cup, scooped a full cup, and then handed it to Shenyan, then Geralt and Regis, and finally himself. No one refused his wine, even Regis, who had just met him not long ago. Zoltan was the first to bear the brunt. He raised the cup and said loudly, "Friends, although we have not been together for a long time, how did that sentence go?" The dwarf raised the glass and took a big sip. The wine soaked his collar along his beard. "Ah, Mahakam, I forgot how this sentence went." He put down the glass and scratched his head in annoyance. Old Zoltan just wanted to say something elegant and failed. Damn it. Zoltan simply cursed, and then slammed the table heavily. "Then go to hell, friends. I hope your beards can be as smooth as mine." What happened next can be simply summarized as they drank until 4:30 in the morning, and then the 4 drunkards were chased half a street by the guards who came because they were howling out of tune in front of the barrel drinking shop and disturbing the people. During this period, the brave and fearless Witcher Geralt threw a boot onto someone's roof because of his childishness, but he was too drunk and missed the target. As a result, the boot did not hit the roof, but hit the wall next to it, and the ricochet force made it return and hit his own forehead. The other 3 drunkards ran away with laughter, and Geralt became the first to be caught. The second person to be caught was Regis, and the old vampire was unlucky to step on a stone. He could have stayed away from getting drunk, but he obviously wanted to enjoy the feeling of playing around with his friends. So Regis stepped on a stone and fell to the ground. For some reason, he couldn't stop laughing until he was caught by the guards. Perhaps it was because Zoltan kept singing a pornographic ballad. The general meaning of the song can be summarized as "I met your mother at the party." Well, I won't write the lyrics. After that, Shenyan was the third one. The reason why the mage was caught was unexpected to anyone. According to his own later addition, he choked on his saliva because Zoltan's singing was too funny, and because of the sound of his cough, he scared a black cat sleeping in the bushes. The black cat woke up and ran past him. Shenyan's reaction speed was so fast that his brain immediately issued the stop command, and his drunken body obviously executed it faithfully. The mage fell to the ground on the spot and lay unconscious on the ground. As a result, in the end, the dwarf with the shortest legs was the only one who ran away. Geralt rubbed his neck and walked out of the guards' camp. Thanks to the wizard's face and his expensive-looking black robe, the guards didn't do anything to them. Instead, they were frightened by Shenyan's face first fall, fearing that something might happen to him. Not only did they not sleep in the cell, but each of them even occupied a guard's bed and had a good night's sleep. The Witcher didn't remember what happened last night very clearly, but he remembered this incident very clearly, because the owner of the bed he slept in had a strong body odor. Geralt thought he was fighting a demon in his dream last night. In short, they walked out of the guards' camp with a clean slate. "Aha, you guys are out." Zoltan happily waved his hands and walked over from the corner of the street. The dwarf's clothes were not changed, and there were still wine stains left by their mischief yesterday. "I wanted to go in and rescue you, but now it seems that there is no need. I was the only one who ran away last night. Long legs are useless." Shenyan yawned and rubbed his eyes. The alcohol had not completely disappeared from his brain, and the numbness came one after another. He smiled and patted Zoltan's shoulder. "Dwarf flicker is well deserved, Zoltan." They walked past the corner and soon left the guard camp. Several people broke up again briefly in front of the barrel drinking. Geralt was going to say goodbye to Triss. The love between the sorceress and the demon hunter is always like this, breaking up and getting together, But who in this era is not like this? A little tender time is enough for them. Shenyan sat with Regis. The two of them were basically alone in this world. Shenyan didn't know many people in Vizima, so he didn't need to say goodbye to Andrea face to face. He didn't want to make the scene too sensational, and he knew that most of his apprentices were the same. What's more, when you can use mental power to communicate remotely, why would you make a trip? As for Regis, his old friend, the queen of the night's brothel, is called the Night House. From the name, you can tell that this shop is only open at night. The old vampire said that if he went there now, he might disturb her sleep. He didn't want to be thrown out by a female high-level vampire who was angry when she got up. They reached a consensus on this issue and even began to discuss what kind of woman is the most terrifying. Zoltan believes that women without their own opinions are the most terrifying. He thinks that if a person listens to another person in everything, it's better to die. The dwarf gets angry every time he sees those women who are submissive to their husbands and even obey him when he wants to commit suicide. Regis is much calmer, and the old vampire has seen a lot. He said that women are not scary, but those who make women scary are scary. Shenyan gave an answer that made them both burst into laughter. The master said very seriously, "The woman who wants to marry me is the most terrible." Chapter 548, Attack in the Forest. The journey was pleasant. Horseback riding is the most common way of traveling in this era. Although it is much more comfortable than walking, the inner thighs and buttocks of the riders have to bear a certain degree of suffering. For this reason, a better saddle is indispensable. After Shenyan cast a spell to solve this problem, Geralt was surprised to find that riding a horse has become a kind of enjoyment. He no longer has to feel the pain of his buttocks being shaken. Magic is really convenient, the Witcher exclaimed. "Do you want to learn?" the wizard asked while riding on the horse. "What do you want to learn?" Shenyan repeated again. "Considering your affinity with magic and the proficiency you have accumulated through spellcasting over the years, if you want, you should be able to become a good wizard, Geralt." Well, the Witcher pretended to think about it. Until now, he still thought Shenyan was joking. "Will you let me take an exam or something?" "Of course." "Then I won't study." The wizard rolled his eyes and turned to complain to Regis. "Some people just don't know what they've missed." The morning mist covered the sky with a thin veil, making it look so ethereal. A few hard-to-see black spots streaked across the sky, and their horses walked through the path in the forest, their legs and tails rubbing against the wet leaves, sweeping the morning dew off. Some birds were singing, and some animals were running into the forest behind them, with tiny footsteps. Shenyan turned the page of the book in his hand, but the corner of his eye was on the scene in the forest. He read for a while and simply put the book away. With such a scene in front of him, it would be somewhat impolite to read the book again. Their first stop was Soden, which was once an ancient independent kingdom, but as the times changed, it became a vassal state of Temeria. This country is very interesting because it is not a whole, but is divided into Upper Soden and Lower Soden by a river. There are many other countries bordering it, one of which is Sintra. Geralt was the one leading the way. He traveled around the world and was familiar with every place. Take this road for example. He has walked it no less than 10 times. Geralt recalled and calculated the distance in his mind, and finally, he came to a conclusion. We should be able to reach Lower Soden before 6 o'clock tonight. There is a relatively civilized city called Amelia. I remember there is a very good stew in the city, and the owner can always stew the meat very soft. The Witcher talked incessantly, his voice echoing in the forest, and the trees passed on his voice to each other, spreading his voice far away. But that place is not very peaceful. Oh? Shenyan became interested. For you to have such an evaluation, are the residents of that city more irritable than those stubborn people who don't pay you and drive you away with pitchforks? That's not the case. Geralt shook his head while sitting on horseback. Most people are honest, but the security situation in that city is not very good. There are many gangs. Regis also interjected. Doesn't their mayor take care of it? I don't know about that. Geralt spread his hands. Think of the worst-case scenario. Maybe the mayor has been bribed by them, or he himself is the umbrella behind these people. They walked forward, and a stream that was not in Geralt's memory inexplicably appeared in the middle of the road. It was clear to the bottom, and you could even see the pebbles on the riverbed. Despite this, there was not a single fish swimming in it. The Witcher frowned, and at the same time, his wolf head pendant began to tremble wildly. Geralt's pupils shrank sharply, wanting to warn the remaining two people. But he forgot that none of the two people needed his reminder. Regis jumped off the horse in an instant, and even carried his horse to a big tree on the other side, acting very relaxed. The horse didn't even react to what happened. As for the wizard, he didn't even bother to move his fingers. With a simple glance, the attacking thorns stopped working. They stopped in midair, unable to move. The front end of the wooden thorns flickered with a lavender magical glow. Swish! Geralt drew out his steel sword with a gloomy face. A few bird calls came from the woods, but they sounded extremely shrill. Then, the sound of flapping wings rang out wildly, and a large group of crows with scarlet eyes began to fall from the sky from nowhere. The target was Geralt. The Witcher did not dodge or evade. He knew he was not fighting alone. The development of the matter did not exceed his expectations. Amid the shrill cries of the crows and the sound of them rushing towards him, Geralt heard a slight snap of his fingers. The next second, a red light bloomed, coming from nowhere, like a sky fire that could not be found anywhere. They burned every crow into ashes with unparalleled violent power. The ashes fell from the sky and sprinkled on the Witcher. He danced his sword lightly, and accurately found a dagger stabbing at him in the dust. Dang! The attacker missed the attack and immediately wanted to escape. Geralt, however, formed the altar seal with his backhand, and used his telekinesis to push him to the ground. At the same time, a dark shadow passed by him and lightly brought the uneasy carriage to an open space on the side. Then, he appeared next to the attacker. It was Regis. The old vampire's expression was not very good, and he was obviously angry about being attacked on the road. He kicked the attacker's wrist and kicked the dagger he was holding tightly. It just fell at the feet of Shenyan, who had dismounted. The wizard picked up the dagger, looked at it carefully, and suddenly exclaimed with interest. It was a beast bone dagger, crudely made, and without any highlights. But it was entangled with a resentful curse that made him look sideways. The quality of this curse is not very good, but it is composed of a combination of different grudges. In other words, there are a lot of them. Regis, don't kill him yet. Hearing this, the vampire loosened his foot that was about to break the attacker's neck, and just pinned him down so that he couldn't move. Geralt patted the dust off his shoulders in an unlucky manner, shook his white hair, walked to the attacker, and frowned deeper and deeper. This kid doesn't look like an adult. The Witcher squatted down and looked at him gloomily. The latter was not convinced and muttered something in his mouth, mostly curses, which made Geralt slap him in the face. Speak respectfully, kid. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak normally, mutated freak? The underage child stared at the Witcher with red eyes. You and your companions will all die here. You have invaded the territory of the followers of Zoranektla, and you will all. He didn't finish his words, and a huge force that came from nowhere crushed his vocal cords out of thin air, making him unable to speak anymore. Shenyan came behind Geralt, playing with the animal bone dagger in his hand, and said, "This dagger is interesting, gentlemen. In addition, what is this Zoranektla?" He lowered his head and looked at the child, who was struggling and looking at him with hatred, and suddenly smiled at him. "Why don't you tell me?" the wizard said softly. The destroyed vocal cords began to work again, but not in a healed way, but in a broken form. The child opened his mouth uncontrollably, his tongue curled up, and fluent common language came out of his mouth continuously. Although the voice was unpleasant and hoarse, it was enough for the three to hear what he was saying. They were all satisfied, and only the young attacker fell into fear. His education made him completely unable to understand what was happening at this time. The priest said that he was blessed by Zoranektla and was born with the ability to cast spells, so he had to take on the heavy responsibility of killing all passers-by. He did what they asked, but wasn't he a blessed person? His body belonged to Zoranektla. Why did he speak against his will at this time? The Oriental man seemed to know what he was thinking, and smiled gently at him, and said to him in a very relaxed and natural tone, "Because your God does not exist at all, child, I wish you to be a good person in your next life." His consciousness fell into darkness. Ah, Damn it. The expression on Geralt's face can only be described as unlucky. Xor-Not-La, also known as the lion-faced spider, is a standard cult for its believers. This sect always uses bloody sacrifices to worship the cruel gods they made up, and the priestesses of Xor-Not-La are also famous for their powerful curses. Xor-Not-La's followers believe that he is the great weaver who weaves the fate of mankind into a huge web. This web is constantly expanding and changing. When some of the threads break, it will cause someone to die suddenly. When someone commits suicide, his thread breaks and he is swallowed by Xor-Not-La. Therefore, he is regarded as the god who controls unnatural death and is worshipped. His temples are usually lit with green fires and filled with human bones in the firelight. However, in fact, this sect is just a cult created by a merchant named Ambrosio in Loreto and 8 other people who were bewitched by him in 1161. This belief is banned in most parts of the world because the sect pursues human sacrifices and they will be hunted down if they show up. However, they have apparently learned their lesson and built temples outside of towns, in forests, swamps or valleys. It is worth mentioning that due to their bad reputation, even the poorest mothers refuse to sell their children to the followers of the lion-faced spider. For this reason, the followers usually chose to kidnap children or steal babies and bring them back to the church to raise them as future servants of the lion-faced spider. Geralt looked at the body of the dead child and sighed. He was a natural spellcaster and could have had a better life, but he was brought here by those damn idiots to kill passers-by. What the hell? What happened to this world? There are 2 more chapters. Let's eat and then go on. Chapter 549, Always Causing Trouble. I don't know when Geralt began to feel that the world had changed. He first heard this argument decades ago, when a middle-aged man who was disabled by passing soldiers for no reason said this to him indignantly. He said that the world was becoming more and more cruel. People hated each other, and sooner or later they would destroy each other. At that time, Geralt thought that although his words were extreme, they could understand them. But now, after simply burying the child's body, they continued to move forward. None of the 3 said it clearly, but they all knew that they had to clean up this sect, otherwise, they didn't know how many people would be killed by them. They crossed the stream that was so clear that it made people feel uneasy, and went deeper into the front. What appeared in front of them was a desolate clearing in the forest. A few lonely birch trees stayed on the bare land, with leafless branches stretched out to face the sky. Whenever the wind blew, they made an unsettling trembling sound. As the horses approached, some birds perched on the branches flew away quickly, extremely panicked. They cried and left the horizon. Shenyan looked at their receding figures and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The animal bone dagger was still in his hand, and at this moment, it was getting hot little by little. Geralt was the first person to discover the body. The looming things in the forest made him feel cold all over. The white long skirt fluttered in the wind. The bloodless body was tied to a big tree in the forest. The rope made of thorns pierced her body and made her bleed. There was a big crack on her neck, which was the cause of her death. At this time, the edge of the wound had turned pale due to excessive blood loss. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the sky. Her face was smeared with blood, such as curse words such as unbelievers, and some spiders were crawling on her body. Behind her, there were more men, women, young and old, even regardless of race. Some were so rotten that you could see the internal organs full of maggots through the ribs. Regis sighed softly. Sometimes, what you do to your own kind really makes me shudder. Geralt. The Witcher did not answer. He pursed his lips tightly. Only the wizard looked the most relaxed and calm. He turned over and dismounted, his boots stepping on the hard soil. The dagger was thrown out by him. It fell vertically, just stuck in the middle of the soil, creating a deep gap. Then, he turned around and said to Regis and Geralt, "Sometimes my style of doing things will be criticized as too cruel. Gentlemen, I hope you don't mind because some people really don't deserve to be called human." The ground began to tremble. Black smoke emerged from the woods, as black as hell. The manic flame suddenly bloomed behind him, enveloping the entire forest, but without any effect on the trees. The fire illuminated Shenyan's expressionless profile. Then, Geralt heard screams. A person with a burning body ran out of the woods, and then more. They were naked and their skin was burned. Everyone screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to put out the flames. However, no one succeeded. Shenyan even had the heart to explain to him and Regis, this is a sin fire, fueled by the sins in their souls. Those who have done less evil will only be half burned to death, and there is still hope of survival. Then, what about those who have done more evil? The wizard turned his head and glanced at the demon hunter who asked the question, and smiled gently. The flames burned for 3 hours, and 3 hours later, they were on the road again. The time to arrive in Lower Soden was delayed a little, but not too late. They were lucky to enter Lower Soden before the guards closed the city gate. The buildings in the city did not have a unified style, and were messy. This one was still a red brick house, and the next one might have become a pure wooden building, without any rules. Geralt gently pulled the reins of Carrot, allowing the mare to slightly avoid the pedestrians who were coming. 2 little kids stood in the middle of the road playing hopscotch, and the prize was a rag sandbag. Many beggars begged along the street. Their clothes were shabby, but they were not pale and thin. Some of them were even very strong. These people stared at the 3 of them with strange eyes. The demon hunter stared back at them one by one without fear. Some people avoided his gaze, while others persisted for a while before relaxing. And some people just didn't know when to stop. A man stood up. He was sitting in the corner. He was wearing a tattered shirt, revealing 2 strong arms, and a circle of hemp-rope was tied around his right arm. The man sneered and walked forward. Several bald men followed him, saying nothing and looking fierce. It seems that we are in trouble again, Shenyan said without raising his head. His words made Regis laugh. The latter whispered humorously, a demon hunter, a wizard and a high-level vampire walk together and travel together. Isn't this what will happen? Then, they heard Geralt's cold voice coming from the front. Get out now, bastards. I'm not in the mood to beat you to a pulp. The wizard raised his eyebrows in surprise. Geralt usually didn't deal with local thugs like this. He was capable of killing every one of them, but doing so would mean that he would be wanted, and he would no longer be able to receive commissions in this city. Even if he beat everyone up, it would only cause more trouble. You know, these people never know what it means to give up. The Witcher's words had the opposite effect. The guy who led the group smiled, and the crowd quickly surrounded them. Shenyan noticed that more people were pouring in from the corner of the street. They blocked the street silently, making it a place that the guards could not reach. Interesting and well-trained, Shenyan thought calmly. Geralt sighed and turned over to get off the horse. He didn't say much nonsense. The guy who led the group to block the road wanted to say something harsh, but he was punched in the face. The bridge of the nose made a crisp cracking sound on the spot, followed by gushing blood. Do you want help, Geralt? Shenyan asked loudly on the horse. No, that's not necessary, Geralt said without turning his head, and at the same time raised his elbow to open the corner of the eye of a guy who tried to attack him from behind. The guy fell to the ground in pain. Because of the pain and the blood obscuring his vision, he even thought he was blind and couldn't help screaming. It seems that there are a few guys coming towards us, Regis said softly, and the old vampire still had a handful of berries in his hand. Do you want to take action, or should I let them suffer a little? I won't do it, Shenyan yawned. If I do it, the scene will become very ugly. Besides, my activity index for today has been reached. He leaned forward lazily and propped up his face. Quick battle and quick decision. Okay, I really want to take a hot bath. There is another 3K update, and after that, it will be 10,000 per day. Chapter 550. Heavy rain. Rain falls on the rich and the poor. It falls on the righteous and the unrighteous. In fact, rain is not fair, because it falls in an unjust world. Is it really so? No one knows the answer. Rain fell from the sky, washing away all the blood on the street. The man with a broken nose stayed depressed at the corner of the street. His head helped to shield him from some of the rain, but a lot of it still fell on him. This made him even more annoyed. It is normal to be beaten up instead of blocking the road, but he didn't expect that the white-haired man and the old guy with a face as pale as a dead man were so powerful that they solved them all in no time. Boss, are we going to retaliate? Are you stupid? The boss turned his head as if he was looking at an idiot, and asked the younger brother who asked the question directly to the bottom of his soul. The 14 of us were all dealt with by the 2 of them, and they didn't even use weapons. You still want to retaliate? Do you think that mutant freak is a civilian that we can bully at will? The younger brother nodded timidly, and at the same time secretly pouted in his heart, thinking that it was you who went up to cause trouble in the first place. They sat on the street, with little spare money in their pockets. These people can't actually be called a gang. At most, they are some idle people who can't find a job and get together to do nothing. How can a real gang be so poor? The man called the boss spit the cheap tobacco in his mouth absent-mindedly. There were no ships stocking in Lower Sodan recently. They couldn't find any physical work, so they had to gather here, and occasionally stopped the road to find some new faces in the city to bully. Some people are very tough, while others would rather pay money to get away with it. They didn't ask for much, just enough for everyone to have a meal. Most people would pay obediently, which saved them from starvation for the time being. The guards turned a blind eye to their behavior because the patrol captain received benefits from them, which were not much, only 30 orans per week, but enough for him to pretend not to see it. As long as they didn't make a big fuss, this business could continue for a long time. The boss was bored and fiddled with the rain with his feet, feeling the coldness. A man in a raincoat walked in front of him. From the boss's perspective, he could only glimpse a square chin and a hooked nose. The man's voice sounded very hoarse. "Delrose, really?" The boss stood up slowly, and at this time, he seemed very cautious. First, he waved his hand to tell his younger brother not to come forward, and then he nodded in a rather flattering manner. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" "It seems that you recognize the logo on my raincoat." "Of course." Delos laughed even more exaggeratedly. "Sir of the Sword Corps, how could I not know you? What do you want to see a small character like me? Did you have a conflict with a white-haired demon hunter not long ago?" "Yes, sir." While answering, Delos racked his brains to think about why this sir asked such a question. However, his empty brain had no clue at all. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that there was still tobacco in his mouth. Delos quickly spit a few mouthfuls to the side and spit out the tobacco completely, so as not to make the Sir of the Sword Corps think that he was disrespectful to him. The man had no such idea at all. He just nodded. A hand stretched out from under the raincoat, and on it was a purse, which was quite full. "Come with me. I have something to ask you. After the matter is done, whether what you say is helpful to us or not, all the money will belong to you." Delos's expression gradually became serious, but his younger brother was already excited and couldn't help himself. Poor people are most sensitive to money. There are at least 300 orans in that bag. This is not a small amount of money. It is enough for them to enjoy themselves for a long time. Looking at his appearance, he even wanted to push away the people from the Sword Corps that Delos had promised. "My lord, I don't think a little information is worth so much money," Delos said cautiously. "Your reward is really too generous. Why don't you just talk here and ask whatever you want?" "I don't need so much money either. You just need to give me a little bit." The man smiled. "You are very cautious." "Yes, I don't hate such people." He opened his purse, took out 80 orans from it and threw it to Delos. "Tell me, how many companions does the demon hunter have?" "5, my lord," Delos answered immediately. "5 people, all riding horses and wearing cloaks. Only the white-haired guy doesn't." "Yeah." The man nodded. "I noticed that your nose is broken." "Delos, did he do it?" "Yes, sir. He beat us all up." "Does that mean he's good at fighting?" "This, sir, I dare not say that. We are just small characters. It's normal for him to deal with us easily, even though he didn't use a sword." The man cursed, which sounded like a slang. Then he asked, "So where did that damn mutant bastard go now?" "Sir, I also want to tell you this question." Delos pointed to his broken nose. "But I fell to the ground and didn't know anything." The brothers also didn't know. They left quickly. The man looked at him for a while, said nothing, and turned away. Delos sat on the ground, as if nothing had happened. His serious expression made none of his brothers ask him why he lied. Until 10 minutes later, when he was sure that the man had really left, Delos jumped up from the ground and ran in a certain direction. Dash! Bang! 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 "Who?" "It's me, Mr. Witcher, the waiter of the inn." "I'm sorry to bother you so late, but there's a thug downstairs who's soaking wet and says he wants to talk to you about something." and he says it's very important. Geralt was silent for a while, and replied through the door, "Got it? Tell him to wait for me. I'll be down right away." Footsteps were heard outside the door, gradually fading away, and then there was a figure going downstairs. Geralt turned around without saying a word, put on his boots, grabbed a dagger and put it on his waist. Regis looked over and asked, "Do they still want revenge?" "Not necessarily," Geralt answered calmly. "Thugs are the ones who know how to survive the most. They live in the cracks and won't do such stupid things, unless he is an idiot who has damaged his brain by taking anesthetic powder. But that physique is not something that people who take anesthetic powder can have." Shenyan snapped his fingers, and a layer of light blue magic shield appeared on Geralt's body, and quickly disappeared. The wizard was still reading a book. He said softly, "It's better to be careful, Geralt." The Witcher nodded, opened the door and went downstairs. He stepped on the creaking wooden floor and came to the door of the inn. In the pouring rain, a man who was soaked was squatting by the door with a serious expression. Hearing the voice, he looked up. "Ah, it's you. Listen, white-haired man, you beat me up during the day. We deserve it, I know that." Geralt just listened to him silently. "But we have no choice. Forget it. Now is not the time to talk about this. Listen, there is a group of people who want to trouble you. Run now. You may be able to deal with small characters like us, but they are all ruthless characters who kill people without paying for their lives." Geralt was indifferent and even smiled. "They came so soon? There must be spies from the La Valette family in Vizima. I don't know if Foltest will be involved. If a king is involved in human trafficking, it will be a lot of fun." He hoped not. He still liked Foltest very much. His smile was mistaken by Delos as evidence that he didn't believe him. The rogue cursed, "Damn it, you don't believe me? Damn it, I don't know why I came to inform you and lied to the people of the sword." "Forget it, Witcher. That's all I have to say. You'd better run away, because I'm running away too." "Where are you running to?" "Leave here," Delos said without hesitation. "I tell you frankly, the bastard who came to ask me where you are gave me 80 orens. This money is enough for us to leave Emilia, the damn place. We want to find a place to live in peace, and we will never stay here." "How interesting, a city that even rogues want to leave." Geralt raised his eyebrows. "Who are this sword group you are talking about? Anyway, they are not people you can afford to mess with," Delos said impatiently, stood up and ran away. His figure soon disappeared in the drizzling rain. Geralt stared at the direction where he disappeared. The rain was still falling, seemingly never stopping. Some raindrops splashed on the stone steps, soaking the surface of his boots. A mark was left on the dirty surface. "When will the rain stop?" He was not sure. Shenyan's voice came from behind him. "So, they found us in advance?" "I don't know." Geralt did not turn his head, and the rain was reflected in his vertical pupils. "I only know that I really want to kill something now." "Me too," the wizard smiled. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.